Kenya. He offers incentives like Rwanda. Rwanda even gives you a tax holiday for 5 or 7 years. Likewise, in our neighboring Ethiopia, Ethiopia has now overtaken Kenya. Last year, Ethiopia attracted over 3 billion US dollars in foreign direct investment. It has overtaken Kenya. Why? Because despite the problem that are in Ethiopia right now, but they offer a lot of incentive. You can get 5-year holiday, tax holiday in the for what the kind of money you put. If you put more, let's say 50 or 100 million US dollar or 200, you can get, let's say, 7 years, even up to 10 years in tax holiday. And with these tax holidays, the workers who work there, they pay PSUN and everything. It's only the corporate tax that you don't pay. So thank you, Gen Z. Continue, keep the fight. Tutapambana na tunawaangalia. Tunataka turudi nyumbani tufanye kitu ndio pia nyinyi msaidike. Asante sana. Keep the fight.
Thank you. Venye Mwaura amesema ni tutapambana. Venye bwana mapambano used to say. Sia.
Hi guys.
Yeah.
So yes, mnanisikia?
Yes, nakusikia. Your time starts now.
Okay, so you guys can say that we can't. Okay, it's true we can't fight a losing battle, but hamwezi sema to stay in the streets honestly, cause the people who are killed in Rongai and the people who are killed in Githurai, they were not in the streets. Hawakuwa kwa streets, walipatwa kwao. And do you know what Ruto said today kwa hiyo space yake? Aliulizwa about the boy who was a 12-year-old boy who was killed, and he said that boy was not killed by a police officer. He was killed by a criminal who snatched a gun from a police officer. Like, does that even make sense? Does that it does not. And we cannot keep on holding spaces every time you are hosting spaces talking about the same thing, and you cannot tell us to keep on strategizing, because we are the same people wenye tunalipwa. We come here, we talk, but wakikudm, even if they call you, you accept. We are the same people who are accepting their money. Sisi ndo tunaenda kwa streets na ni sisi bado tunalipwa. You guys are feeling are listening to what I'm saying. So even if we are supposed to come up with something, you guys should think of what we're coming up with, because we are the same people. And yes, money is good, but don't you guys think when you're collecting that money, don't you guys think about the lives that the people lost? And I will say this to this Kasutis guy. Nobody was abducted, and he can say that isipokuwa ni guilty yake inaweza mkula. He can say that he was not abducted by anyone. They're just chasing clouds, and those who are abducted, akina Osama Otero, they have been paid. You guys understand? So like, you cannot be chasing clouds by saying that you are abducted or whatever. Like, and you guys need to respect each other. I watched that video of this Kasuti guy addressing those people who are the woman who was what are they called? Like, I'm really angry at how he was really rude. Like, why? And he was actually he was God. Nimesahau. He was being recorded and he was rude, and then anamuuliza utafanya nini? Like, what was that for? Even if you are on the street, you really need to respect. Lazima tuheshimiane. Like, we need to respect each other. And if you guys really want Ruto to go, you will not accept the offers that he's giving you, because either way, you don't make any deal with the devil. You cannot make a deal with the devil and then we expect you go scot-free. You don't. The devil will always come for whatever belongs to him. You guys should know that. And that is bloody money. That is blood money. And you guys can have a nice time. I think my time is up. Bye.
Thank you. Sia. Yes.
Owino, mimi ni mara ya kwanza kusikia Sia anaongea kwa space. Yaani, you know it is bad mkiona.
Ngoja, sikukuwa najua ni that one Sia. Bwana serikali imebadilisha kila mtu freedom fighter bana.
It is bad when you see Sia on space. Anyway, keep it going.
Hey, nimeona pia hapa inapo huko chini sijui next we had Casmuel, then Mary Liz. Casmuel, they have said you don't swallow English too much when you're addressing them.
Good afternoon, fellow Kenyans. I think it is very important that we do not forget the reason why we're doing this. And consistently, we have said one life is a life too many for the sake of a piece of paper that just demanded a signature. So while it is very easy for us to be scattered 7 different ways, we also have to remember that the government has the military, it has money, and it has brains that it could buy. It is very important for us to strategize
Can I
along
go?
ideas. There are things which we might get wrong. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Sorry.
loud and clear. Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. There are things which we when it's your time to speak. Kasmel, go ahead. Kasmel, unmute yourself. And then sorry. I was saying that we need to remember that the state's sole agenda is to divide us and to remain in power. That is why we might be scattered along several things, but it is important for us to consistently come and press for good governance. Whatever it is that we're doing is not comfortable. There is no benefit we are getting if IEBC is reconstituted because it is hard for us to even raise the money and those kinds of things. But I need to remind us that we could even get a presidency without touching any of the bases. Because remember, President Ruto became president with 7.1, Raila lost with 6.9. But the youth who are eligible for voting, there's a voter block of 8 million people that we still can reach. We still can reach with our smartest minds. We still can reach with our best ideologies. Remember, we have lost over 30 people and over 200 people who have been badly injured and wounded. There's a person who's never gonna walk again because we are in the streets. And remember, as young people, we are not trained soldiers. None of us here, I don't know, personally, I've never been trained that this is what you do when you hear gunshots around. It's very hard when tensions are high, mistakes are bound to happen. But I think our common enemy is bad governance and graft. These are people who have the blood of our brothers and sisters in their hands. Rex has been buried today. There's people who I met here on Rex Kanyike Avenue, a brother which we will never see again because he put his life on the line. So while yes, Twitter banter is nice and it feels like it's the thing that fuels us, let us not be lost as that generation that only says fuck, that only says dinywa and whatever. We also need to come very clearly to articulate the issues we want to articulate.
Kasimwel, hebu ngoja. Angalia, somebody is being buried today. Now, the person that was, I've put a tweet here, Upper Drew. Please, guys, give your thoughts about that. The person who was saying, our brother, my brother, this, that, the other, do not bring that Jama up. I don't know, somebody's calling him president. Let me see your president, Yangu, and I'll say it. I don't care whoever's calling him president. And then today, of all the days that comrade is being buried, you host the same devil that put him on the ground. Go on, man.
I understand how painful that is, and it's enraging that even amidst all this, the government is still doing that thing for nimesema, tutatenda, tutareconstitute. This is my vow to you. We've not found ways the government is going to compensate the families. They're not being given state burials. You'll tell me it's unconstitutional, but so is this current government. That's why I'm telling you, regardless of what it is that you feel, there will be fatigue, there will be mistakes, there are things we might get wrong, but remember, we are the first of our generation to do this. There's no blueprint we have that we're going to follow. So please, if at all, I know it might be fatiguing and you might look around and say, oh, the other space has more people. Remember that it is still very possible, because if anyone has been on the ground, if you've seen the atrocities, if you've seen somebody being shot, man, there's nothing beautiful about it. There's nothing safe about wanting to go and see that again. That's why we have to occupy everywhere. We have to articulate our ideas clearly so that when people come, they won't just laugh at us as they've been saying, oh, we told you this leaderless thing was a farce. It's a thing which has helped us to be accountable. We are now burdening we're burdening Hanifa to handle millions of things which the state should have been doing. We are burdening Medics for Kenya to organize the biggest hospital on a volunteer basis, which the state should have been doing. If only these people were not as stone deaf. Let us not, as our citizenry, while yes, we might hate and might do whatever, let us not, this is not the time to be divided, because for sure, all these dissenting voices will be found. And the state is the biggest propaganda machine. We have to find ways of outsmarting them at their game, but we cannot relent. You cannot give up for the sake of the people we've lost. Think about the mothers you've seen crying. Thank you. That's been my time. I hear the thing is going.
Finish up.
But please, please, please do not give up the fight. We have come so far, and we didn't come this far just to come this far. Let us not be the regrettable movement of the 90s, the Ford Kenyas, which gave us no one. Let us keep pushing because we've seen it works. But also, let us do this to honor the lives we have lost. Let us remember the people who will never walk again, the people who will never talk again the same way because of this fight. Do not give up. I know how difficult it is, but do not, for the sake of God, do not give up.
Kasmuel, kabla hujaendelea, Kowino, give me a minute with Kasmuel. Kasmuel, are you here? Are you? I want to confirm, first of all, ka uko na mic yako.
Okay, go for it, yes.
In the spirit of us being truthful, because we cannot forge forward without it happening.
Right.
You've heard allegations on your name, and I want us to clear on this space before you go.
Yes.
Because I don't want to be in spaces or co-hosting spaces where there's still lies going on.
Right.
You know the allegations on your name. Did the abduction happen or not happen? Because for me, I decided every trip I am meeting, these are questions. And I have 2 or 3 questions before we drop you.
Right.
So, in straight, bila story mingi.
Tuesday night, I was taken. Is there more?
Yeah.
You want more?
I want to hear, why are people doubting about the story?
I honestly do not know why people are doubting. It's the same reason I can't respond to. I've had so many allegations of people saying I didn't go to a school, that I'm gay. I do not know what inspires people to doubt, but I can only speak for my own experience. And the people who know me, my family, the people we were on ground with, the people I've been seen with, there's people who've seen me being harassed in town by plainclothes people. So it's not because we have not met. It is very easy for us to spin false narratives online. And I would find that nobody is attacking me on matters credibility. Nobody is saying that I'm saying the wrong thing, but nobody quick to. I could say anything, but there's someone who's hardlined to believe this person was not taken, and there's nothing I can.
You stand for. I hope, and I'm really hoping that did not happen.
Right.
Did you, or did you disrespect those medics or not?
I did not, and I think the clip that people were sharing online was an exchange between me and Go, because again, these past 2 weeks have been really hectic. I refused to share my location. So I got to Total Kimathi because I usually activate around Nation Media area because I realized the cops sort of are afraid of the media. So I went to the Total, and if you can look at the video critically, we are not close to Jamia. We are at the petrol station. And the moment I got there, there are some students who had been there and they were like, Kaskazini, tarara, and the media was also there, it appeared. But as I started to speak, there's a lady who just shouted Kaskazini, and I think this was very personal because the medics for Kenya are my friends. And one of my questions is, even the founder was my classmate and is a person I respect deeply. Because there were several medics over there. Why didn't they come to Nini? Because they were on the other side. Why didn't they come to defend this lady? However, we had an exchange and it was so heated in the moment, but the person who recorded only recorded that. They did not record the point where I went to ask, what is this? Because if you can see, I'm holding a rose. And what we were doing is saying that it pains us to even see these medics being here in town on a volunteering basis. So I went and the team lead explained, hey, listen, before you guys came, the cops were here and they were threatening us to move. So that's a disconnect that was there. And again, as we were there, part of why we stood at Total, my reasoning was, if we stand at a petrol station, these people will not lob an explosive here. But the cops still went ahead and did that. So when in the high with this particular,
that's okay, Kasmuel. I don't want to make this space about you clearing your name. I just wanted that to be cleared. So it's okay.
Right.
I'm going to offer I see Six has his hand up in a minute. One more question for Six. Is this to
Wanyama,
Kasmuel or to who?
I wanted to ask Kasmuel, how can he describe to us how he was abducted, when, where, how, and what transpired?
I,
Because secondly,
I,
I want to know whether his name is Makori or Makure. Kindly. Thank you.
I think Six, this is part of the thing which I've been saying. If you Google, you will find my name is Casmo Makore, and I've detailed this kind of story about the abduction. If we keep on going like this, now it becomes a thing where I have hijacked this thing and made it about myself. Well, there are more important things to discuss. But I promise you specifically, if you have any questions, Six, so that I'm not taking time from the cause and from the movement, because remember, there are people who lost lives. I will answer you, and I have answered a lot of these things online, but again, now it's gotten to the point where now I have to say my name is Casmo Makore, and if you search, you will find all my names, where I was admitted to high school. This is information that is publicly available. So I think let's not cheapen this thing that we are doing. Thank you.
Okay, Kasmuel, someone just asked me in the DM ni swali moja. Actually, didn't want to make this about Kasmuel, but the first question, actually ameuliza swali mbili, but the first one Six ameuliza, the second one ameuliza, how did they decide to release you?
And again, the thing which I've consistently, can someone read? Because I feel like people, the reaction that when I shared the story, people said too long, will not read.
Kasmuel, I want us
Yes.
to, you know, the thing is this about spaces, and we host these spaces for credibility purposes, and we will not allow some things to be undermined, and for one reason and one reason only. Ukikuja huku and you have given yourself to be a speaker, and not even a speaker only, you have been very vocal about these things. To some extent, you've been public. You are, to some extent, a public eye. And this is what we are trying to explain. You owe it. You owe it to the people that are following you. So you can't just say, go and read. As much as we want that to happen, you just can't say that. So just handle this. Let's just be gentlemen and handle these questions as properly as possible. And then we proceed to the next conversations.
I was not being rude when I said go and read. It was just what I said was, I've detailed this even to said followers. Like I've detailed it in like on like 6-7 screenshots. However, what part now can I speak to? Because someone has asked, how then did they decide to release you? Which is a question I cannot answer, because that's like asking me, why specifically did they choose? Why did they choose you? Why were the plainclothes following you? There are things which I do not. I have the things I have answers for. Tuesday, I was harassed the whole day. I was taken, held in Comunicado Tuesday night. On Wednesday, I made one call to LSK chair, said I was safe. Went to my mentor's house after the other call was to my mentor and to my father, and hid until I was safe. Realized there was some fishy activity on my phone. There are lines that had been called, so I was in Comunicado the whole of Wednesday. So, and that was during the heat, up to around noon, and it was in Otiende area. I don't know what more I need to speak to this, because consistently as I have said this, people have just said, oh yeah, there are very many holes and those kinds of things. But I don't know. It's still a traumatic experience for me. But yeah, that's it in a nutshell.
Okay, sawa, asante sana. Thanks for clarifying that, and we hope you keep joining the space.
Thank you.
Endelea mbele. Go to the next speaker, Koino, kindly.
Thank you so much for.
Thanks.
Okay.
I just want to make a quick announcement, my dear darling. Let's just give,
I
one
don't think I
second.
can hear people. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me in this space, and my condolences to all of us Kenyans, because whether we see it or not,
it's important to say the names of people who are killed, but it's also important to identify that Ruto is trying to kill Kenya. I had joined the previous space where the president was addressing people, and never in my life had I regretted joining a space where you expect someone who is supposed to have the torch to the country speaking a lot of nonsense. And I say nonsense because as a president, there's no question he answered according to how he was asked. Whenever he was asked about shootings in parliament, he digressed and went direct to Rongai. Whenever he was asked things about Rongai, he answered about nonsensical things, giving numbers about employment and all that kind of stuff. We can no longer be a population that lives in a country that is blinded by simple things like an alleged honorable president coming to a space and beginning to quote numbers saying he's employing these leaders today, tomorrow, and all that kind of stuff. That is unacceptable because we are living in a time where even if we don't show up in the protests, and like I said, I didn't hear Caswell speaking, but I know I've had some questions being asked, and I know they were speaking about abductions and all that kind of stuff. Whether we can verify or not that Caswell was abducted or not, we can still verify that a number of Kenyans have been abducted during this time period. We can also all agree clearly and honestly that the abductions were happening because Ruto wanted to scare people. We can also all agree that Ruto has killed Kenyans that we can count, but some we can't even count because some of these things were happening in darkness when we were not there. And at least trying to be safe myself, but information that is out here, those who don't know, information has been going around that there has been efforts to hide the number of people that were killed by police during this time period of protests. As a person who has been attending protests, there's many there has been many spaces. There has been, I mean, as a person who has been attending the protest, there's been many weird things that were happening at the CBD. There's so many things. I remember there was a time we were trying to run away from the police who were trying to bundle us up, and we entered Java. And there was a spy who entered Java, and he was listening in on conversations and recording them. And we would listen to this conversation. I mean, he would listen to this conversation. Who knows what they were going to say to who? That's why people are being abducted. Because, like someone said here earlier, the one person who has information or who can get any information about any one of us, but also the whole country, is the president. He can be given that information literally at a message, at sending a message, at making a phone call. He can get that message. As we are speaking, and as I was listening to Ruto earlier, there's a lot of asking the very president that we are thinking. Let me finish up. We've been saying Ruto must go. How are we expecting the same person to go again and rearrange the cabinet and tell these people who are not functioning to work in a specific way and all that kind of stuff? Is the person who is sitting at the helm of leadership that is not doing the work. This fight we've been fighting for years and years. The conversation has always been specific people speaking about specific issues. For once, finance bill has brought Kenyans together. Let's all not forget that the reason we are fighting this is because Ruto has not been of service to this country since almost 2 years that he's been in power. And the reason we are saying Ruto must shoot people, he still did it this week on Tuesday. Ruto will keep on doing that. And as long as we keep giving him audience and thinking that we can think an apology is okay. You killed people. An apology is not fine when you've killed people. You have to be held accountable. We have systems that can hold this man accountable. We have a constitution that gives us power to hold this man accountable. Do we want to hold this man accountable? Do we all want to do that? Because that matters a lot. And that's the question we all should begin to answer right now. Because as far as I'm concerned, he said on Tuesday he's going to do something about IEBC. He wants to do something about the very people who placed him where he is, the very people who enabled him to be where he is. He's going to protect those people. That's how Kenyan leadership has worked for many years. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. Do we want our backs to be scratched by the very people who don't want to lead us? That's the question we should be asking ourselves. And as I close, I am ready to die on my feet. I don't want to live on my knees. I'm exhausted as a Kenyan to live on my knees. I want to die on my feet. And that's why I go to the streets. Whether my body can or cannot, I make my effort to go to the streets because I know the life Ruto makes us live, it feels like we are all living in the streets anyway. So we might as well
Mary-Liz,
go.
I need you to land. I need you to land. Are you done, Mary-Liz?
Yes, I am.
Okay, asante sana. By the way, guys, for all the speakers, we are all mad. It's just that because of the number of requests, I have over 100 requests. So because of the requests, we just have to keep it on the time. And if you've spoken, please give other people a chance to speak as well. So, Koino, who's next?
Wanyama, can I take it? This is Be Real.
Yeah, I know, Be Real. Koino, are you here with me? After all, I think
Yes, I'm here with you. I'm here.
Kwani umeenda kupanda
I've been waiting for my turn.
Be Real, go ahead.
I've been waiting for my turn.
Be Real, mute your mic, please. Yes, Wanyama, I'm here with you. Next, we had Justice Makonyango. Justice Makonyango, please. Your time starts now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Guys, tafadhali, kidogo Justice Makonyango. Guys, tafadhali, when you come to the speaker panel, your mic is automatically off. So, utangoja, you'll just raise up your hand. Tutakupatia in the order of which you raised up your hand or of which you joined the speaker panel. Kindly. So, ukikuja, just keep your mic on mute. Tutakupatia chance. Please, Justice Makonyango, go.
I just want to raise one point even before we go further. I've noticed in most of the rooms that we're hosting, we are not really looking into the aspect of equity in these spaces. Like, you know, we are here fighting for change. We should be literally living that, you know, have a balance of power sharing, even though there is no leadership here. Always have, you know, kuwa na watu wa LGBTQI hapo, have wanawake co-hosting and what have you. That's all I wanted to say. Otherwise, the movement has to go on. Work has to go on. We cannot stop here. We cannot be sidetracked by issues of, oh, who has betrayed who and what. When we started this thing, you went out of your house as an individual and you came out fighting for your country. That spirit has to keep you going. We found a group out here. We found spaces where we can engage in, but literally there was no point when they started that we all went out and said, oh, we're gonna go do this as a group. No, we started as an individual level, then we became a group, and that has to keep us going. Historia, oh, somebody has betrayed us, somebody's a sellout, blah, blah, blah. Side stories. Let's focus. Thank you.
Thank you, Justice Makonyango. Amesema yeye wacha kufocus on who has betrayed who. But anyway, we move on, guys. Like we said, this is a revolution. Kuna wengine watabaki njiani, we'll move with some, but lazima tufike kwenye tunaenda. So as we continue, next we had Mogo who? Oh, he dropped. After that, Be Real, it's your time now.
Yeah, good evening, guys. Well, okay. I don't want to take a lot of time. I won't touch on what has been touched, but it's a disappointment where we're heading. And I'd like to urge people, I mentioned this on another space. If the bus is going to Nairobi or somewhere along those other lines of the road, everybody will drop at a certain stage. So whoever drops, whoever is compromised, whoever can drink the blood of the 41 lives lost, let them drop the ship. And let the people that are still carry on strong. Because if we are going to focus on the people that have dropped from the ship, we're going to start focusing on individual, and that is going to kill our spirit, because that is a division, and we're going to have divided attention, which we don't really need at the moment. We need to focus on the people that still preach the same thing, and we move on. Now, if you sit down with a scripted kind of an interview with the speaker selected, and then answers given as a way of defense, then what are you telling us? You're protecting your cops. I didn't know since when he became the parent of the people that he employed, because I think when you're selecting, because they were not elected, he selected those leaders. And then you sit and say, actually, I sat with Nyamu and I tried to talk to her how she should carry out herself. How do you bring for us such kind of people to lead in some certain kind of dignitaries position? It really breaks all the logic, and it really shows us that actually you're not really giving us the accountability that we want, and you're not apologetic for the points that you're actually raising. You're still protecting the individuals that you're actually highlighting. Then you're being asked a particular question, you answer it on the left. You're answering from north to south. You're not doing us justice, and you're not being honest. And then you come questionnaire or something that you had already pre-planned, beats all the logic. Now, because you people, you really like praising LSK president, now this one I'm going to reward you, because this person is the person you've been talking about so much. Then now I give you a soft landing that she's going to be part of the audit team with the older Auditor General, Okumu. I don't know, it's Okumu or somebody. What are you telling us? When are you going to be accountable for everything that you're actually complaining about? What are you talking about as a leader of a nation? Because the first thing that you're supposed to talk about is, really, guys, I've realized that you've mentioned this and this and this, and they're not of reputable characters. I'm on it and I'm sitting down, and you're going to see an action on this and this particular ministries. I'm going to handle that. You're not coming to protect that. I actually realized that I'm having leaders that are very young. I'm sorry, give me one more. Leaders that are very young, and I'm in communication with them and trying to talk to them so that we can actually come to a consensus on how they're supposed to carry out themselves. So we are supposed to be led by people who are supposed to babysit as well. Who is babysitting who? And who is going to lead Kenya? Come on, guys. This is hogwash, man.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Be Real. Next, we have Reject Finance Bill 2024.
Anaitwa Donald. Ni wengi. Naitwa Donald, yeah. Donald.
Mogowira. Huyu anaitwa Mogowira.
That's my name. So, good evening, fellow Kenyans, fellow soldiers. Mi kitu imeniuma sana, something that has made me feel so bad when I joined the other space is like people who are like walikuwa wametumiwa pesa, like somebody has been tamed, amepewa pesa, people like Alai, mtu anakuja na maybe pesa haijakufikia, maybe haijafikia mwingine. But I saw it from the word go. I personally am from Kisumu. Kisumu here, there is a good CS, yes, a CS in the government of Ruto, who brought money in Kisumu and gave youth, ati msiende barabara, hii vita ni sijui ni akina nani na nani, don't do this and this. And you know, we told them, no, this thing is for GNZs. It's not for so and so, it's not for a political party, it's not for a given person. We are fighting something that has been in the system for the longest time possible. I want to tell my friends, place kitu inaenda sahi. You've seen how these people have tried to infiltrate us. Umeona vile wamechukua the other bloggers who are now serious on this X space na wanawachanganya. And you saw the fight between Anifa and other state bloggers so that they can do away with the likes for our side. Tusiingie ile story nani amenunuliwa, nani hajanunuliwa, nani ameenda, nani hajaenda. Our big issue here, youths must be heard. I have the president talking about something. Kwanza si hata president mtukufu rais. Huyo muongo amesema vizuri. Ati that space with the Mtukufu Rais, you get people asking some stupid things, and a whole MCA from Nairobi County asking about the Nairobi County issues instead of asking Sakaja. This thing was for the GNZs, but we allow these people to infiltrate us, bring other wars which were not supposed to be there, and now we are back again to the drawing board. So I want to tell my guys, my people who are here, let's continue with the fight. You've seen through these mandamanos, the three mandamanos, the Mtukufu Rais in the past 3 weeks amekuwa na 3 national address, something that is not easy. Hata ile time ya Raila's thing ya mandamano, you not see president coming forth and on in this thing. So I'm very proud. Let's keep up, let's fight this thing. Ukisikia mtu anasema oh Kasamuel alishikwa, let's leave those one aside, tusipeleke hizo vitu mbele. Our big fight here is how are we going to succeed in what we started. Let us not allow other politicians to finish what we started. It's very bad when the government is now hiring goons to infiltrate us and fight, bring fight and mayhems in between us. So the next time when we want to go to road, we want to start identifying who is being given this money to give these youth and infiltrators, because we are not only fighting for a light group, we are fighting for somebody who dropped at class 7 and maybe anataka ile kitu kama kazi kwa vijana, something that Ruto really scrapped when he just entered that state house. So guys, we are on the right track. Let's keep fighting. Afrocentric, Wanyama, I'm very proud of you guys. You stood with the cause. Let's continue doing the best. Hapa Kisumu tutawakilisha. We'll do our best and let this thing go as the way we started. Tusikubali wanasiasa waingilie hii kitu. The moment wataingilia hii kitu, we'll never have anything to fight again. We are going to lose this battle. We are going to lose it because number one, wale watu wamechukua pesa wakaenda nayo. Unaona? Here in Kisumu, a very big PS and CS in the government of nani of this Mtukufu Rais alileta pesa. And when I entered the meeting, the first thing I was being told that, do you know Gachagua is fighting Ruto? And then I'm like, if Gachagua is fighting Ruto and the fight was for the GNZs for anti-finance bill, how are you coming back to tell us that the fight is between Gachagua and Ruto? Huh? At you are Nilotic, let's fight for the Nilotic presidency. And I asked them, this is the same president this is the same deputy president we had when people were fighting during Uhuru and Raila. The same thing was done to us. So the tribal lines were shared. Parties were shared. Anything doing with your religion, your perfection and other things were done away with. We united as Kenyans, like somebody having his foot, that sole on your feet. The sole in your feet will always have a mark. The mark does not have any tribe. It does not have any party. It does not have any color. So let's fight regardless of where we are coming from. Let's fight regardless of who talks to you and try to infiltrate and give you money, because kuna wengine wakipewa tu pesa hivi unaamka asubuhi everything has changed. How will we pay for the death of kina Rex Masai? People who were shot by the sniper at the parliament, and you find the president still calls them criminals.
Mogo ananisikia kweli?
I personally nasema hivi, kama those people wenye waliingia parliament wangekuwa
Mogo, unatusikia kweli ama?
Mogo, unatusikia kweli?
Mogo, sikiza.
Unatusikia kweli?
Mogo, sikiza.
and was played under the recent Olympics in Tokyo that was played under a cloud of a dark cloud of COVID. We all remember that Tokyo was subdued because it was held when we had the COVID pandemic. The Olympic greats and legends, the heroes and heroines, over the years remain an enduring reminder of how each one of us can play a part in the two Olympic values of excellence, respect, and friendship to keep Kenya highly positioned and respected in the community of nations. It is true that our sportsmen and women have been the greatest ambassadors of our nation. In fact, many people globally know Kenya because of our sportsmen and women. When our athletes take to the stage at the Olympic Games, they represent the values and ideals of Olympism that thrive on solidarity, friendship, and peace. These are values that we espouse when we beseech us in our national anthem to dwell in unity, peace, as our flag is hoisted up before billions of people on global viewership and spectators when our athletes do their thing. I wholeheartedly congratulate the athletes of Kenya for being at the forefront of service to the nation and take pride in being associated with these champions on behalf of the 50 million Kenyans. I fully understand that your journey to the top echelons of being champions and Olympians is long and tedious, periled with a lot of personal sacrifice. But that is why you remain the nation's source of inspiration as you continually represent our collective spirit of hard work and resilience. Listening to the two speakers, great Kenyans who spoke here, they speak of the many things that you have gone through, both in Eldoret, in Nairobi, and in other areas as you prepare. The beckoning Olympics in Paris is not a walk in the park. Every nation has prepared its athletes and will be representing and presenting the finest of them all at the Olympics. Today, I take tremendous joy in knowing that we too are sending not just the finest of Kenya, but that of the world. You are our gallant warriors to this sporting challenge, and rest assured that the entire nation is behind you in every step of this noble assignment as you unleash your fullest potential at the global showpiece. And I have heard you say you will spare no effort. And what my dear sister representing the Paralympics said, that they will do their best. That is all we ask. As you are aware, the government did not spare any effort to support your qualification pathway in line with our commitment to support the identification, nurture, and promotion of talents under our Talanta Hela initiative. We will continue this work with you until you come back with a harvest of medals and experiences from Paris, when we shall monetize this with handsome rewards. And I want to promise you that I have given very clear and firm instructions to the ministry to make sure that the reward system represents the excellence that we have in our sportsmen and women, and also the allowances must keep in pace with the excellence that we see in our sportsmen and women. It is very encouraging to know that we have some 6 sports disciplines qualified to represent the country in Paris. This is commendable, and it goes to demonstrate that with more investment from the grassroots, technical, and other support system, Kenya can have a rich portfolio of sports to send to the quadrennial games. And I want to very sincerely identify with the counties for partnering with us as we enhance the pool of spaces where Kenyans can participate in this endeavor. I am also delighted to learn that these games, and indeed our Kenyan delegation, has largely upheld the gender balance consideration, which I applaud the leadership of the National Olympics Committee, as I salute NOC for their laudable transformation to a robust, dynamic, forward-looking institution. Let me also appreciate my team at the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports for bringing to life coherence and predictability to that space so as to make its contribution to the government's youth development agenda a reality. I equally salute the various partners. I know they are here. Kenya Airways, Safaricom, I think, BAT, Safaricom is here? BAT, EABL, are they here? Great. I think, is that Absa Bank? Yes, I think I saw Absa Bank. And all our other partners. I also want to thank representatives of our friends from Algeria, from Egypt, from China, from, of course, the host country in France, for partnering with us. To them all, I assure that the government has taken cognizance and encouraged the same to continue beyond Paris 2024 Olympics as we also strengthen our reward system for such investments. Today, as I officially unveil the Team Kenya, that is, including the ceremonial kit, and also hand over to you our national flag as I did shortly, may it be a symbol, an instrument to motivate you to summon all you got to raise it high in Paris and make every Kenyan so proud and inspired to aim for the best in all our endeavors as we celebrate your success. I am very, very proud of the team that I see here. And I am particularly proud of the exercise we went into when I asked Ababu Namwamba that it is not fair for us to buy kits from all manner of places when we have Kenyan talent that can craft and curate an outfit that is truly Kenyan, designed by Kenyans, produced by Kenyans, and tailored by Kenyans. I am very proud that we are doing this time around. And look at the young people who have put this together. Can you stand again? You know? That is the kind of talent we have. And it is the reason, please take your seats. It is the reason why we have taken the position that we should not be importing what we can produce locally. I will continue to say this. We cannot possibly be importing kits, you know, the ones you guys are wearing, which can be made in Kenya. We cannot be importing eggs or potatoes or cement or furniture or diapers or bumpers that can be made in Kenya. We must make them in Kenya so that we can give Kenyans, like those young ones there, an opportunity to be designers and an opportunity to be the people who produce them. That is how we are going to create a nation that has talent, that has opportunities, that creates jobs, and that creates wealth. Congratulations to the achievement that I see in this space. I will be watching keenly to see how that ceremonial dress designed by those young people there. Yeah, I will be watching to see the ceremony, and I wish Kenyans can celebrate the young people who have put this together. We could not ask for more. than expect your usual excellent role of being our premium ambassadors as you represent the brand Kenya fully and superbly. And I have no doubt in my mind that we will come back here to celebrate medals and to celebrate your excellence and success. My very best wishes from all of us, the 50 million of us, to you. As you go to Paris, please know that our goodwill, our prayers, our support in every way is right behind you. Many of us may not attend the Olympics. I had been asked by the President of France to attend the Olympics, but unfortunately I will not. But you have my support in every way. We will be right there with you, and I will send a very powerful team to stand with you. And Kenyans will be cheering you from every part of our country, including those who are away. So asanteni sana. Hiyo maneno mumeniuliza ya kuwapanga vizuri, hiyo nishapatiana instructions kwa huyu Pius. Upange hawa watu wangu vizuri. Sawa. Na asipowapanga vizuri mumshtaki kwangu, nitajua vile nitamfanya. So otherwise, asanteni sana. God bless you and I wish you well.
Thank you. Your Excellency is also...
I was
The athletes that we have are representative
of a big number that's going to be going for the Olympics. Currently, the teams that we have here, we have the para-athletes, we have the athletics team, and the rugby team. Your Excellency, sir, with your permission, we'll request that you welcome them each at a time, and I'll start by reading their names as they each approach to shake His Excellency's hand, then take their seat. I'll start with the para-athletes, Julieta Moipo. The band can give us some music as we do that. Jeremiah Mariga, Dedan Ireri Maina, Kennedy Ogada Ivuza, Benson Mwaneki, Stency Neema Obonyo. Followed by the athletes. Your Excellency, we have Julius Yego, Wiseman Were, Edwin Kurgat, Ronald Kwemoy, Daniel Kibet, David Sanayek, Veronica Mutua, Mercy Chebet, Boniface Ontunga, Kevin Kipkorir, Reynold Kipkorir, Mary Mora, Timothy Cheriot, Maureen Thomas, Koitatoi Kidali, Zablon Ekwam, Samuel Gadimba, Vivian Chebet, Lillian Odera, Faith Cherotich, with their officials, Alex Sang, Peter Angwenyi. The next category, Your Excellency, is the rugby team. Lamek Ambetsa, Brian Tanga, Jojo Oro, Kevin Wekesa, John Okoth, Samuel Asatsi, Brian Mutugi, Francis Haman Humwa, Patrick Odongo, Vincent Oyala, Crescent Ojwang, Nigel Peterson, Moses Ndale, as part of the rugby team with their officials. I request the captains who are receiving the flag to kindly now come to the front. The two captains, the para-athlete captain and the captain of the Olympics team, to kindly come to the front for the presentation of the flag. The captains to officially receive the flag from His Excellency. And the captain will now receive the flag officially. We'll have the Paralympic also represented and receive a flag on behalf of the Paralympic team, after which we will have the national anthem before we proceed with the rest of the program. The flag also for the Paralympic team, after which I shall request, after she has received the flag, that we all now stand for the national anthem before we proceed. The Kenyan national anthem. Excellency, will request that you now proceed to your seat, but we remain standing. We'll start with a short prayer before we proceed to the rest of the program. So, Your Excellency, you're welcome to proceed to where your seat is, but I'll now call upon Pauline Shegu, who is going to lead us in a short prayer before we proceed with the rest of the program.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord Almighty Father, we cheer up this evening as your beloved children. Yours is a wonderful order, the author of life and protector of your being. With a dedicated mind, heart, and body, we present the Team Kenya as they prepare for the upcoming 2024 Olympics in Paris, France. Through their passion, spirit, and love, bless their resilience and courage as beacon of our country. May our Team Kenya shine brightly and high as they raise our national unity and anthem to a winning race through your Holy Spirit. Bless their ceremonial kits in your grace. Shield them in thy holy name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. Bless Team Kenya. Bless our President. Bless our nation. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the Cabinet Secretary, Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, Honorable Ababu Namwamba, the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi, COG Chair and Governor Kirinyaga County, Governor Anne Waigoro, all CSs and PSs present, the President, National Olympics Committee, Kenya NOC, Mr. Paul Tergat, the French Ambassador, Your Excellency Anud Sikwe, the Chinese Ambassador, Your Excellency Zhou Pingjian, Olympics Team Kenya, both Paralympic and non-Paralympic, all distinguished guests. Your Excellency, with your permission, at this point, allow me to invite the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, Creative and Sports, Honorable Ababu Namwamba, to make some remarks and also proceed with the rest of the program. Why don't we put our hands together as we invite the CS for a warm welcome. Karibu.
Your Excellency, Your Excellency the President, thank you for this honor, privilege to host our Team Kenya that is headed to the Paris Olympics 2024. Let me recognize all those who have found the time to join us for this very special, very great national honor, starting with our leaders who have joined us, our Speaker of the Senate, our Chair of the Council of Governors, my colleagues from the ministry, and our partners from both the corporate world and the diplomatic community. I want to recognize my friends, the ambassadors of France, of China, of Algeria. All of you, we cherish you as our very special friends. And of course, our partners from the corporate world, Safaricom, Kenya Airways, EABL, NCBA, all of you, we cherish you and we appreciate your presence here. I want to ask the president of the National Olympics Committee of Kenya, my good brother and friend, an Olympian himself, a legend of our sports in his own right, to open this session for us. But now, Mr. President of Olympics, we'll have to lower the first letter in your title, President. Because, Your Excellency, now we have 3 presidents here, the President of NOC, the President of Athletics Kenya, and the President. Let us give a round of applause to Dr. Paul Target. Karibu sana.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Kenya, who is our host today here, our Cabinet Secretary, who is also with us, our great friends, His Excellencies, the ambassadors who are here. We celebrate you. The senior government officials, Team Kenya, who are here, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. On 26 July 2024, the world will be witnessing a historic and spectacular opening ceremony of the 33rd Olympiad along River Seine in Paris, the first time the Olympic Games will be opened outside of a stadium for the first time. I think this one is going to be one of the best that we have ever had. The National Olympic Committee of Kenya, from the onset, envisioned a memorable Olympic experience for athletes in Paris, and we are very excited to be on the home stretch towards that vision during these games in a few days' time, which is around the corner. Similarly, we see these athletes keep back by transferring to Kenyans back home an amazing inspiration and a sense of pride from their splendid performance as the games kick off in Paris. Your Excellencies, the National Olympic Committee of Kenya, which I'm privileged to lead, and remains the most successful National Olympic Committee in Africa, with 113 Olympic medals, is committed once again to deliver more medals for our country. Towards this objective, we have put in place robust logistical travel and transit management plans for Team Kenya. And we are confident that this will contribute to the delivery of exceptional performance from these unique games. Looking at our qualified team, which it's around 70 athletes, we have 32 women and 38 men for the first time we have almost 50-50 in representation in these games. As you have heard, we have rugby, judo, we have fencing, swimming, and athletics. The above team is also made up of many young and dynamic athletes, which pleasantly include a high school student, and this gives us such a great assurance of a bright sporting future ahead in our country. As we present the team to the Olympic Games, we are determined to carry with us and represent the aspirations of millions of our fellow countrymen and women in these Olympic Games. Already, we are putting these athletes under high performance training, residential training camp, which spreads across the country. And most importantly, we have the biggest in Nairobi and also in Eldoret. This makes us, as a nation, because of the way we have been able to plan and deliver these games. For a very long time, we used to have close to only 2 weeks, but this one we have had close to about two months. And the team will be leaving shortly for another pre-training camp starting this Monday in Miramas, south of France, near Marseille. Allow me, Your Excellency, sir, at this juncture to request my executive board who are here just maybe to stand up and maybe wave, please. These are the people, they never sleep. They work so hard, and we appreciate you. Thank you very much. Sit down. Your Excellency, sir, from us, as I said again, the Olympic family, we present to you and the entire government our utmost gratitude for placing several or various resources at our disposal in this pathway to Olympic Games. The athletes before you and those they represent acknowledge the government's efforts to improve their life, their welfare, and which we are not yet where we wish to be in terms of athletes' compensation and appreciation. We are very thankful for the milestones achieved, especially under the reviewed reward system for our champions. Your Excellency, thank you for creating this opportunity to officially flag us off to the Games. We wish to adorn with pride and honor our national colors as we remain true to our calling to be the ambassadors of our cherished nation, Kenya. Asante sana, Rais, and God bless you for what you have done and keep doing for our nation. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, I'll now ask two representatives, respectively, of the Olympics and the Paralympics teams to say a word on behalf of the respective teams, starting with Asia Mohammed, representing the Paralympics athletes. Asia, please, if you could walk here. And as you come, let me also recognize Your Excellency Wael Nasruddin Atia, Ambassador of the Arab Republic of Egypt, for joining us. Karibu sana. Yes. This is Asia Mohammed, who is the captain of our Paralympics team.
Your Excellency, all protocols observed. Amjambo. Mbo salama. On behalf of the para community, we just want to thank you for having us here. We won't promise so many things, but just to let you know, we will go there, out there, do our best, give it all, like really all. So that we can raise our flag really high. And we want to say, Asante Sana. Thank you.
And now we listen to Kevin Wekesa, representing the Olympics athletes.
All protocol observed, good evening. I'm honored to stand before you here today, not just representing rugby, but representing the entire qualified Olympic committee. So for the qualified athletes, our journey to the Olympic Games is a testament of the hard work we've been putting in for the last 4 years behind the closed doors. The early mornings the athletes wake up, the time they've been away from their families, the time they've had to endure harsh training conditions, through the highs and lows of the training sessions and the competitions they've had to be in. It's a testament of all that. And as we go to the Olympics, we would like to thank you, the government, the National Olympic Committee, for giving us a high-performance training at Kasarani and Eldoret for the athletes, and also a follow-up camp at Miramas, which we are headed to. So on the matter of sports being on the matter of sports being sorry. I came prepared with my speech, yeah, but I left my phone outside. So today, as we embark this journey, we carry the hope of our beloved nation, Kenya, the 50 million plus Kenyans who are watching us play. We are not just going as athletes, but as ambassadors of our nation at a global stage, with an audience reach of over 3 billion people, but representing the 50 million plus Kenyans. I particularly am inspired by the emphasis of sustainability and environmental stewardship that our teams have embraced. With the NOC program layer, which in the next 4 years plans to plant over 1 million trees at the Olympic Forest in Ngong, and also the Kevin Wekesa Play Hard, Play Clean with the Green Hue initiative, which focus on sustainable practices with the sports people. This just shows that sport is a powerful tool of influence to the community, and it can be used to inspire change by leading as an example. To my fellow athletes, as we step into the global stage, let us remember the values that brought us here. Let us compete with integrity and honor, and may we give our best, and may we bring glory to glory to Kenya at the Olympic Games. And Your Excellency, a request from the athletes themselves, as the reward system was reviewed to the athletes and they're thankful, they also wished for the allowances to be reviewed according to them. They are also requesting for a high-performance environment for the full 4 years of the competition, not just 2 months heading into major games. And that's a kind request from the athletes. Asanteni.
Yeah, allowance actually tumesote tayari. Mr. President knows. Allow me, Your Excellency, now to acknowledge the partnership the national government has with our county governments, and we work incredibly closely. Our talent pipeline, the Talanta Hela initiative, is run jointly between the national government and the county governments, and we appreciate that. And at this juncture, I now want to ask Her Excellency, the Governor of Kirinyaga County and Chair of the Council of Governors, to say a word. Karibu sana.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, William Samoei Ruto, the Cabinet Secretary for Sports, my brother C.S. Ababu Namwamba, Speaker of Senate, all the distinguished guests, the Committee of Olympics, the Olympics team, chaired by our very own Honorable Tergat, ambassadors present, all protocols observed, good evening. Your Excellency, I really don't have a speech on this occasion, but I'd just like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude as the Council of Governors for your unwavering support in championing sports development. We note that it's your vision and dedication to our youth that has gotten us to this place. Your Excellency, also allow me to appreciate the Minister for Sports and the work that he is doing in the ministry. As he has mentioned, Your Excellency, we work together, both the national government and the county governments, to promote sports. We note that it is indeed a transformative endeavor aimed at bolstering growth and commercialization of Kenya sports, and we really commend him especially for the Talanta Hela initiative, the work that we are doing together in collaboration with the national government. Your Excellency, the county governments have been playing their role, and on our part, we have been committing resources to encourage the improvement of sports at the county level, to improve and develop facilities, and also to sponsor and support various sports initiatives. Some of these include the talent identification initiatives through what we call the annual Kenya Youth Inter-County Sports Association, and many counties have what they call the Governor's Cup for football, amongst others. Your Excellency, going forward, we hope in collaboration with the ministry, we will expand the scope of support to the various sporting fields. We also appreciate the fact that the talented athletes being flagged off hail from various counties, thus showcasing the depth and diversity of talent across our nations. Ours, on behalf of the Council of Governors, we would like to encourage the continued support and development of such programs to ensure that every corner of our country can contribute to our sporting success. Again, on behalf of the Council of Governors, allow me to take this opportunity to wish the entire team the very best. You will be in our prayers. We will be watching you, cheering you, even if you will not be hearing us. And we always want to thank you for making Kenya proud. Thank you and God bless you.
Asante sana, Governor. Now, Your Excellency, we are here to celebrate our incredible sportsmen and women who have qualified to fly our flag on the biggest, grandest sporting arena or stage in the world, the Olympics. It doesn't get bigger than the Olympics in the sporting world. And we celebrate all these people. And as you have seen, Your Excellency, from the two representatives, hawa ni majenzi. Hawa ni majenzi ambao wako frontline ya kutumia sporti kupromote Kenya. Tupatie hawa majenzi a round of applause. But Your Excellency, we are also celebrating a very proud tradition, a very proud heritage. Kenya is by far, by miles, the most successful African country in Olympics history, winning over 100 medals. And we have been on this stage, Your Excellency, from 1964, at the very birth of our nation, when Kiprugut Arap Chumo, the late, who, Your Excellency, under your order, instructions, we have honored him by renaming the Kericho Green Stadium to Wilson Kiprugut Chumo Stadium as the first Kenyan to win our very first Olympics medal. Also sending a message that your administration is keen on honoring this heritage and honoring our athletes. Your Excellency, we also celebrate today the rollout of our sports apparels value chain. We conducted an incredible competition, national competition, Your Excellency, jointly between the Ministry and the National Olympics Committee. The competition was about designing the appropriate national dress for Team Kenya. And hundreds of young people across the country participated in this competition. And tonight you are joined by 4 young people, majenzi wote, who won this competition to dress Team Kenya at the Olympics. And so this is also an opportunity for us to celebrate the creativity, the innovation of our young people in igniting that sports apparels value chain. And as a commitment to that value chain, Your Excellency, we have decided as a ministry, together with the committee, the National Olympics Committee, to commercialize their creations. And so when you enter Kenya House in Paris, you'll be able to purchase the creations of these young people at Kenya House in Paris. But even for our citizens that will be cheering Team Kenya back here at home, we have also put in place a plan of how you can purchase these creations to celebrate the identity of Kenya at the Olympics. Sports apparels value chain, straight from the plan, a better agenda program. Your Excellency, we are therefore delighted as a ministry to present to you 70 Olympics athletes and 9 Paralympic athletes who have qualified for those 2 segments, with the Olympics kicking off on 26th of this month and running until the 11th of August, and thereafter the Paralympics program. I am delighted to report to you, Your Excellency, that this particular Olympics will witness an extended spread of disciplines, and President Tagar has indicated the 6 disciplines: athletics, rugby, swimming,
manufacturing,
fencing, judo, as the areas where we have qualified athletes. I'm also glad to report to you, Your Excellency, that this is the best prepared Kenya team to any Olympics in history.
Now, we're still fighting to free ourselves.
And government has invested in this team appropriately. We have invested in qualification, and we have taken all federations,
But more difficult for them to come and enjoy what we have. For your information, Kenya should not be having,
here at home,
I have had
Kasarani, training. We have
of the
invested
officers,
in a
the
special
Kenyan
training
taxpayer.
camp in
I will
Hamas, the south of France, in the Marseille region, which has been available for a whole year for Team Kenya to train. And I'm delighted to acknowledge the partnership between the government of Kenya and the government of France in that respect, and particularly the municipality of Mihamas. And Ambassador Suke, asante sana for that incredible show of friendship. Your Excellency, let me conclude by announcing here that in the spirit of the austerity measures that you have taken, there is no space, there is no room for joyriders in Paris. There is only space for Team Kenya to fly the Kenyan flag in Paris. And so Team Kenya is going to be very lean, but we have provided information to everybody who wishes to travel to Paris. We have provided information to the Council of Governors. We have provided information to Parliament and to the public. You are welcome to travel to Paris to cheer Team Kenya at your expense, in the spirit of supporting Team Kenya together. Even the government delegation is going to be at the barest minimum. I mean, we have to tighten the belt in every space. And the space is not just around the president's waist. It's around the waist of all 50 million Kenyans, including those who want to enjoy the Olympics. Your Excellency, finally, we have a special production, a very brief production, to show you the creations of the young Kenyans who won the national kit competition. It's a brief clip which I will invite our media team to quickly play so that you can see the journey to the kit that you will also be unveiling today. If we are ready, please, we could play the kit.
Champions and traditional world beaters positions itself for excellence at the 2024 Olympics in Paris, France. A perfect avenue to further exhibit our prowess and uniqueness, donning outfits that embody our essence while exuding the indomitable Kenyan spirit. Last year, the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, in partnership with the National Olympics Committee of Kenya, ignited a national call for submissions from creators across the country in the realms of fashion design and the apparel industry.
This has been a truly inclusive process. It has been very transparent. It has been very open. The process is going to give us a truly, truly Kenyan feel.
A deliberate move that ultimately gave an opportunity to participants to present creations that would tick the boxes of decent, contemporary, and magically Kenyan.
The opening ceremony has what we call the Parade of Nations. The Parade of Nations is something that every country looks forward to. It marks the beginnings of the Games. And something that's very significant is the outfits. For the first time, the National Olympic Committee of Kenya decided to be disruptive in their approach for the opening ceremony.
Behind the scenes, a solid panel of judges and constructive critics drawn from accomplished industry heads.
We felt the best thing is to incorporate representation from every sector, most importantly, the athletes.
Getting athletes involved in that process of selecting and selecting the Olympics kit, I think it's a good step, it's a bold step. I think it makes the athletes also feel like they are part of the whole process. And like you said, the Olympic opening ceremony, it's amazing, it's grand. I think I've been there twice.
Over 120 competitive submissions were received, not only mapping out the diverse regional representation, but also unearthing a multitude of hidden talents right from the grassroots. A vivid revelation that aligns with the strategic bottom-up economic transformation agenda that commits to fair and equitable distribution of opportunities right from the bottom of the pyramid.
The submissions were amazing. They really did have a lot of thought put into them. They thought into the culture, into the color, into the meaning, and that was amazing.
With inclusion as a key component of governance, no detail was spared in the design process.
Especially as the paras, you know, not all clothes that we can wear, for them to hear our opinions and actually working on them, it's amazing.
Now creatives have a chance to have a say in these big things like the Olympics.
Evidently a great win for the fashion and the creative industry at large. Top talents from the competition are not only bound for national recognition, but also handsome monetary rewards with up to 900,000 Kenyan shillings up for grabs, set to propel their endeavors even further in the apparel value chain.
Motivation to enter this competition was to show that the Kenyan creative environment is very rich, and I wanted to share what I love doing, which is dressing up.
It means I'm on the right path, career path, and it is a very good boost.
I was like, oh, this is happening, like this is amazing. Like everyone is looking at me, everyone is cheering me on, so it was just euphoric.
We come with one purpose, to celebrate these artists that have done this job. For us to make sure that when we go to Paris, we will be donning national colors done by these young people.
Look ni kitu muhimu zaidi. And that is why we have taken time to curate a fitting look for Team Kenya. Careful, aware that we are heading to the fashion and romance capital of the world. So we have been careful to make sure that when Team Kenya steps out in Paris on 26th of July, we want the whole world to sit back and say, wow, here comes Africa's most successful Olympics nation. Because that is who we are.
Your Excellency, that is a journey that has taken us to a kit that represents not only the creativity of our young people, but also reflects who we are as a nation. And Your Excellency, this is part of our monetization agenda of rewarding talent in every respect. And as I call the athletes to display to you some of those creations, let me also confirm to you that as you instructed, we have reviewed the reward scheme for our athletes, and the cash rewards have been boosted significantly. And the allowances have also been boosted significantly. Lakini tumeambiwa kwamba kwa sababu Olimpiki ndio kilele cha yote, ndio mambo yote, tumeambiwa ya kwamba turudi tena tuangalie, tucheki, na tunafanya hivyo. Kwa hivyo mambo ni mazuri, mambo yako sawa. Mambo yako bien. So let me ask Mary and a few of our athletes to walk in with the part of the kit.
What you have displayed in front of you is the opening ceremony kit, followed by the official Olympics kit and the closing ceremony kit. With your permission, Your Excellency, I'll request that let's just spread a little bit for His Excellency to join us for a photo. So what we have is the opening ceremony kit, the official Olympics kit, and the closing ceremony kit. Your Excellency, with your permission, if we may kindly invite you to just take a picture with them, together with Waziri, before we proceed with the rest of the program. Makofi ya designers tafadhali. Designers, kweli mmefanya kazi ambaye inapendeza kabisa. As you have seen, it was a process that was all-inclusive and ensured that the designers have come together to produce something that Kenya is indeed going to be proud of as they fly high the flag of Kenya.
Let me invite the four designers, Claire, Georgina, Rosemary, Odhiambo. Please step forward so that you can join this photo with His Excellency the President.
These are young people, Gen Z hao ambao they are displaying their creativity to the whole world. Asanteni sana. You may be seated, please. You may be seated. And now it is my honor, privilege, and pleasure to ask us to be upstanding as we welcome His Excellency the President to address us. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Rais.
Thank you very much. Let's take our seats. Asanteni sana. Cabinet Secretary for Sports, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors and High Commissioners present, sponsors of this great team, Team Kenya, the leadership of National Olympic Committee, and the leadership of sports in Kenya. Good evening, fellow Kenyans and athletes. Hamjambo. Asanteni sana na karibuni. A round of applause for those great Kenyans who have done a wonderful job. Sports is an integral part of our nationhood and heritage, and we all know that. It captures the Kenyan spirit of resilience, dedication, and lately, innovation. If our closing, opening, and sports team attire is anything to go by. That we are a sporting powerhouse in Africa and indeed globally is not in doubt since our debut in Melbourne in 1956. The recent Olympics in Tokyo, all the way, and was played under the recent Olympics in Tokyo that was played under a cloud of a dark cloud of COVID. We all remember that Tokyo was subdued because it was held when we had the COVID pandemic. The Olympic greats and legends, the heroes and heroines, over the years remain an enduring reminder of how each one of us can play a part in the two Olympic values of excellence, respect, and friendship to keep Kenya highly positioned and respected in the community of nations. It is true that our sportsmen and women have been the greatest ambassadors of our nation. In fact, many people globally know Kenya because of our sportsmen and women. When our athletes take to the stage at the Olympic Games, they represent the values and ideals of Olympism that thrive on solidarity, friendship, and peace. These are values that we espouse when we beseech us in our national anthem to dwell in unity, peace, as our flag is hoisted up before billions of people on global viewership and spectators when our athletes do their thing. I wholeheartedly congratulate the athletes of Kenya for being at the forefront of service to the nation and take pride in being associated with these champions on behalf of the 50 million Kenyans. I fully understand that your journey to the top echelons of being champions and Olympians is long and tedious, periled with a lot of personal sacrifice. But that is why you remain the nation's source of inspiration as you continually represent our collective spirit of hard work and resilience. Listening to the two speakers, great Kenyans who spoke here, they speak of the many things that you have gone through, both in Eldoret, in Nairobi, and in other areas as you prepare. The beckoning Olympics in Paris, is not a walk in the park. Every nation has prepared its athletes and will be representing and presenting the finest of them all at the Olympics. Today, I take tremendous joy in knowing that we too are sending not just the finest of Kenya, but that of the world. You are our gallant warriors to this sporting challenge, and rest assured that the entire nation is behind you in every step of this noble assignment as you unleash your fullest potential at the global showpiece. And I have heard you say you will spare no effort. And what my dear sister representing the Paralympics said, that they will do their best. That is all we ask. As you are aware, the government did not spare any effort to support your qualification pathway in line with our commitment to support the identification, nurture, and promotion of talents under our Talanta Hela initiative. We will continue this work with you until you come back with a harvest of medals and experiences from Paris, when we shall monetize this with handsome rewards. And I want to promise you that I have given very clear and firm instructions to the ministry to make sure that the reward system represents the excellence that we have in our sportsmen and women, and also the allowances must keep in pace with the excellence that we see in our sportsmen, men and women. It is very encouraging to know that we have some 6 sports disciplines qualified to represent the country in Paris. This is commendable, and it goes to demonstrate that with more investment from the grassroots, technical, and other support system, Kenya can have a rich portfolio of sports to send to the quadrennial games. And I want to very sincerely identify with the counties for partnering with us as we enhance the pool of spaces where Kenyans can participate in this endeavor. I am also delighted to learn that these games, and indeed our Kenyan delegation, has largely upheld the gender balance consideration, which I applaud the leadership of the National Olympics Committee, as I salute NOC for their laudable transformation to a robust, dynamic, forward-looking institution. Let me also appreciate my team at the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports for bringing to life coherence and predictability to that space so as to make its contribution to the government's youth development agenda a reality. I equally salute the various partners. I know they are here. Kenya Airways, Safaricom, I think, BAT, Safaricom is here? BAT, EABL, are they here? Great. I think, is that Absa Bank? Yes, I think I saw Absa Bank. And all our other partners. I also want to thank representatives of our friends from Algeria, from Egypt, from China, from, of course, the host country in France, for partnering with us. To them all, I assure that the government has taken cognizance and encouraged the same to continue beyond Paris 2024 Olympics as we also strengthen our reward system for such investments. Today, as I officially unveil the Team Kenya, that is, including the ceremonial kit, and also hand over to you our national flag as I did shortly, may it be a symbol, an instrument to motivate you to summon all you got to raise it high in Paris and make every Kenyan so proud and inspired to aim for the best in all our endeavors as we celebrate your success. I am very, very proud of the team that I see here. And I am particularly proud of the exercise we went into when I asked Ababu Namwamba that it is not fair for us to buy kits from all manner of places when we have Kenyan talent that can craft and curate an outfit that is truly Kenyan, designed by Kenyans, produced by Kenyans, and tailored by Kenyans. I am very proud that we are doing this time around. And look at the young people who have put this together. Can you stand again? You know? That is the kind of talent we have. And it is the reason, please take your seats. It is the reason why we have taken the position that we should not be importing what we can produce locally. I will continue to say this. We cannot possibly be importing kits, you know, the ones you guys are wearing, which can be made in Kenya. We cannot be importing eggs or potatoes or cement or furniture or diapers or bumpers that can be made in Kenya. We must make them in Kenya so that we can give Kenyans, like those young ones there, an opportunity to be designers and an opportunity to be the people who produce them. That is how we are going to create a nation that has talent, that has opportunities, that creates jobs, and that creates wealth. Congratulations to the achievement that I see in this space. I will be watching keenly to see how that ceremonial dress designed by those young people there. Yeah, I will be watching to see the ceremony, and I wish Kenyans can celebrate the young people who have put this together. We could not ask for more than expect your usual excellent role of being our premium ambassadors as you represent the brand Kenya fully and superbly. And I have no doubt in my mind that we will come back here to celebrate medals and to celebrate your excellence and success. My very best wishes from all of us, the 50 million of us, to you. As you go to Paris, please know that our goodwill, our prayers, our support in every way is right behind you. Many of us may not attend the Olympics. I had been asked by the President of France to attend the Olympics, but unfortunately I will not. But you have my support in every way. We will be right there with you, and I will send a very powerful team to stand with you and Kenya you from every part of our country, including those who are away. So asanteni sana. Hiyo maneno mumeniuliza ya kuwapanga vizuri, hiyo nishapatiana instructions kwa huyu Pius. Upange hawa watu wangu vizuri. Sawa. Na asipowapanga vizuri mumshtaki kwangu. Nitajua vile nitamfanya. So otherwise, asanteni sana. God bless you and I wish you well.
Thank you, Your Excellency. There's also
Panadol Extra releases you
For your information, we lost many Kenyans who were sleeping there, but they were carried by the floods. And it was the best thing that I could do. I went there in person. My minister was there consistently. I had 3
and even have pictures unachikiwa sewa wanaingia menti like na ni kijana kama wewe Osama umeanza busy like me I'm a cinematographer. I have equipment.
We demoralized the members. Yesterday, when we were on the same space, people used to say, we need not to go to the field tomorrow. But the question here is, I am very sure this is a tactic that is used by the government to demoralize us. Numbers is going to help us. And when we say we go out, we are going to go out. You have realized that in the other parts of the state, that is Kisumu and the Western regions, we've not had even cases
what
of
I
death,
mean is,
unless otherwise for yesterday. But I'm not sure why Nairobi is the case. And we need to really focus and never get...
Kama tungekuwa na uwezo, tungeenda tuwe hawa watu wote. Yes, but we might not be able to do it. So, tukitumia social media pia, we've seen it work. Tunafaa kuendelea na hiyo inaitwaje, na hiyo spirit. We shouldn't end it at this, although people say, I mean, if you've achieved something, you shouldn't. I think ile kitabu inaitwa 48 laws of power, kuna mahali nasema ukisha achieve kenye unataka unafaa stop at that. Na mwingine anasema no matter how good you are, you should know when to leave the stage. Sisi na we've somehow outdone hizo sayings and opinions. We can't stop at what we achieved because we still have a long way to go. Let me talk about my county. I'm not being tribal, but I have to say this. When we began doing this, the whole demo thing and everything, actually had I'm sorry to say this, lakini influencers wetu influencers wetu wa Meru County, they didn't even show up. And siogopi kusema hivi, most of them were in my DMs wakiniambia ati stop mobilizing people, you know, sijui utafanywa nini, sijui nini. That was it. Niliongeza baridi. But then I was like, hata ukiingizana watu baridi, we will all suffer. Na hata mtu akipewa hiyo pesa maybe ndo akanyagia story, you have siblings, you have relatives, hata ukimake it bado utasafa kwa sababu ya black tax. They'll still be looking up to you. And I faced another challenging backlash from a certain guy nilikuwa kwa matatu, and this is what he said when I was trying to enlighten people what was entailed in the finance bill. This is what the guy cut short, akaanza kuniambia. He was like, sisi wenye tunaenda huko kupiga kelele, sisi ni wanafunzi wenye hatuna kazi, hatuna classes, ni wanafunzi wa KUNA na wa UON. I look at him and tell him, I myself I'm a Gen Z na nimeshamaliza university, and the fact is we are fighting for our country. Ndio kila mtu akuwe comfortable kuishi. Naweza kuwa niko na job, but then how does it feel ukiangalia watu wengine wanasuffer? You know, you won't even be able to associate with them, and
were 2,500 for women giving birth in
Silent treatment never works on me. Ati unataka kunipea silent treatment. That lack of communication will make me not to speak to you again.
I myself, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm a Gen Z na nimeshamaliza
We won't
university.
speak again.
And the fact is, we are
Tunataka
fighting
kunipea
for our
silent
country.
treatment.
Ndio kila mtu akuwe comfortable kuishi. Naweza kuwa niko na job, but then how does it feel ukiangalia watu wengine wanasuffer? You know, you won't even be able to associate with them. And what kind of a life are you going to live among these people? And he continues and tells me, watoto wangu wako very busy. They don't have time ati to riot nini nini, nyinyi mwende mtafute kazi sijui nini. That is what he told me, and it hurt. Actually, it hurt. Yeah, so we
Mpenzi mtazamaji,
Tugombana tu na kushuku, lakini siwezi kukucheat.
Ushawahi kunicheat.
We are not opportunistic, because those who are opportunistic are we are
Professor has said, for us we are ready for a revolution.
Hi guys, so
Brands are spending north of $10 billion on branded content.
MCAs and the rest, even up to the Senate seat. Because the Constitution allows a president to be 35 years and above, then you can even have a president from there. So that is one of the long-term solutions for this regime change. We have a political party for millennials and Gen Z. Then number two, we were talking about corruption. We were suggesting that everyone in their profession, like now if you have engineers, they are supposed to be now doing what you call audits on the Ministry of Infrastructure. And then for health, we have the doctors and the nurses. For somebody like me, I'm an auditor. We can be auditing how EACC operates and also the Ministry of Treasury and even now the Parliament in regards to the budget process, because we understand how budgets are done. I'm a graduate of Strathmore University, School of 2011. So we understand how these budgets are done. We even know, even clearly by just looking at the budget, we can even tell whether those allowances are overstated or they are not even making any sense. We don't even have to go too much into it, we can tell. So we can assist the population doing civic education in terms of how can this budget process be done? And if you can go alongside there was a, what do you call it? There was a bill
Please
in
land.
terms of, pardon?
Please land. You can summarize in the next 30 seconds so that we can give other people time.
Oh, sorry. My next agenda was, if you notice today in social media, we were trying to target several ministries which have been doing corruption. That also can be the way forward for this movement, because that way, if you push these ministries to reduce corruption, then definitely we'll reach a Ruto's hand. So we are starting with the tail as we go towards the head, because of course, it's difficult for us to occupy the State House, but you can start with this CS. So I think that is the best way forward for us. We start for ministries. From every ministry that is corrupt, we get the information, we occupy there, and then that would be the best way for us to go. I think because of time, I would end it there.
Okay, thank you. I've seen Tabitha is almost ready. Tabitha, if you're ready, just raise your hand.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Okay, step in. All right. Now, our conversation today are mostly focused on goons. I know when we have too much information, we might lose our focus, but this has always been the problem. Just before we have Tabitha and academia next, this has always been the problem. Now, in any human history, they have always recycled a way to make other people look bad before they proceed to the killings and anything else. The first way is always to make people look like they're savage. It has always happened with the blacks. It has always happened with the Indians, even from the colonial era. It's always just to make people look bad. Like, these people are savages. They're killing people. They are robbing. They're thieves. All those things. That's what's happening right now. But this is a big question that we are supposed to ask. Now, for every places that were robbed with the goons, you can always count by means of time. How long does it take the security officers or the police to arrive there? How long does it take? Now, I was in the demonstration last week on Thursday in Rongai, and it really went bad. Now, the first time we were demonstrating, there were infiltrators who were very busy robbing people. And you saw what happened to them. The members of public, we were the ones demonstrating. In fact, I took a few photos. They were stripped naked and received a few strokes of canes. And we took them to the police station, Nyotu, together. Now, that's what happened. So it can tell you that we have an agenda that we're going in, but there are people coming in infiltrating some sort of thieves, which means that there's another story that's coming in. So all I'm saying is let's be vigilant and let's force this story of goons. It was a new thing. It's something that has always been happening throughout history. They keep on recycling. Now, before I talk too much, academia, then Ndolo.
Yes, thank you, Wodapa. For me, I think dealing with this kind of barbaric behavior and hooliganism, we just have to face it. The only way that you can thwart all the efforts made by government and any other thing relies in our numbers. If people go to the CBD in large numbers, there is nothing they can do. The only thing, there is only one common goal, in revolution or in any fight, especially the one we are doing, is people to go or come out in large numbers. There is nothing people are going to achieve, whether you use tactics or what, it will still come back to numbers.
Is somebody speaking?
So I think when we are in large numbers, we will overcome or outsmart or outdo any other irrelevant things. And the aim of demonstration must be what we say, it hurts, you hit where it hurts most. So if you are demonstrating along the highway and there is no effect, you see, when you go outside, it must have value. There must be something you are standing out.
Is anybody speaking?
So we cannot demonstrate where
Yes,
the
academia speaking.
effect is not going to be felt. So we must bring the entire operation of the government, which is highly concentrated in Nairobi. That is the essence of giving. Otherwise, if you want to demonstrate in the field and go back home, there is nothing we're going to do. So we must go in large numbers to pass that message. And this kind of galism or barbarism kind of behavior, what they are trying to do, they are trying to do that is a kind of threat. That is divide and rule method, so that they will always employ such kind of tactics. Or if you are afraid of that, then there is nothing we are going to achieve, because they are ready to do that as long as you are going out. So the only time that we will thwart all those methods or tactics is by turning in large numbers as persistently pursuing that common which we must do. So our effort, our aim, everything we are going to do must rely in numbers. As long as we are focused on what we are going to do, we must go where our presence must be felt and the effect must be felt by the government. We cannot afford to go to Thika Road or where. If it is Thika Road, it must be Thika Road to the sense that there is no anything that can, we must paralyze something. That is the essence of demonstration. Otherwise, if we leave it, we can go to demonstrate to Uhuru Park, Kasarani, and all that, people go home. They will continue doing other things. So I think as I learned, let us unite. Let us not be swayed by other tactics of government. We know that they will do that. As long as we move to the streets, there will always be goons. The hooliganism will be thwarted when we come in large numbers. That is the only way we can overrun them. Otherwise, if we fear them, there are some few elements. For us, let us go in good numbers and go where we feel or where our presence must be felt. Let us not misuse that opportunity. Let us concentrate where, when we go there, that number alone will interfere, will paralyze so many other things. And as a result of that, we are able to achieve what we can do. And it must be consistent and persistent. Otherwise, if you are not ready to face such kind of forces, then you better sit back at home, because you must, when you go out, expect such kind of behavior. They are there, but those are the things that we want to change. So if we are afraid of them, we are not going to make any change. So we must confront them head on.
Okay.
That does not mean we use crude weapons. No. Let us go peaceful and demonstrate that we are after change, and that which we must do. Whether they are goons or not, we are going to turn in large numbers. So I insist,
Academia,
large numbers.
you are landing. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Academia.
Now,
Can you hear Wodapala? Okay, Wodapala, I can't hear you. I don't know why.
do I leave and come back?
Thank you so much, guys. I think we appreciate everybody. Dr. is here with us, and we want to condole with our fallen heroes who have been killed because of what is going on. And this evening, we want to have a way forward. And thank you so much, Academia, for your submission. And we thank you so much. Everybody gonna got a mic, and when you have a mic, be just objective and make sure that the conversation went straight. Dr. are you here with us?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Yeah.
That's okay.
I'm ready to go. I'm ready to contribute if if you are ready.
Right. Let me talk. Wodapala, if you can go, because I can't hear you, do this. Just um drop, then come back. Okay, Daktari can go ahead. You can go ahead, and then Justice Makonyango will come in.
Thank you very much, hosts or hosts. And I thank all the participants, the people who are listening and the people who will be speaking and the people who have spoken. I wish to express my condolences to the heroes that this tyrannical regime murdered. All the people who have been murdered by the government. So let us not quibble around it. They have been murdered brutally because this government does not listen, does not care about human life, and does not care about the people. It's actually getting worse. I would also wish to express my empathy with those who have been injured or those who have been inconvenienced in whatever way. I received a report just a few hours ago that they have started basically, they issued a statement with pictures of individuals that they say were involved in incitement and other alleged criminal activities. But the curious thing is that they're charging them with using or chanting the word Ruto must go. And they're saying that is incitement. I want first of all to say, we have to use Ruto must go. You have a right to use Ruto must go as part of your right of free speech. We cannot allow Ruto or anybody else to define for us the words and statements to use. He does not own the Constitution, he does not own Kenya, he does not own us. We are not his slaves, and he cannot tell us that we cannot use the word Ruto must go. If we disapprove of him, we have a right to express it in the strongest language possible. And Ruto must go currently captures our sentiments, our feelings, our disapprovals. So that's what we have to use. Now, why do we have to use Ruto must go, apart from delegitimizing him? Ruto does not have enough police officers or even military officers to arrest 54 million Kenyans. They don't have enough policemen, they don't have enough magistrates, they don't have enough courtrooms, they don't have enough jails to put anybody in. So jamming the system is part of resistance. The more multitudes shout Ruto must go, the more he becomes completely unable to do anything. We have to jam the courtrooms where these individuals are being taken to paralyze them so that even charging them becomes difficult. It has to be done in such a way that the system is unable to go on with business as usual. I have heard a lot of statements, mostly people, I don't know how to describe it, but it's disappointing, the statements I'm hearing about the goons. First of all, anyone who has been involved in struggle, any struggle against any oppressive regime, some of us have been in this thing since 1987 against Moi regime, understands and appreciates the fact that there will always be a few who are hired by the state or by the tyrant to terrorize people. So we expected the goons. I think last week I said, if they didn't hire the goons, I would have been surprised, because then that would mean that Ruto had learned and wanted to subject himself to operating within the Constitution. But we know he doesn't. So we expected him to use his cronies and his goons to hire goons. What disappointed me is that there were less than 500 goons, basically, less than 500. I don't understand how 500 goons can overpower thousands of people, yet most of them were just carrying sticks. These people should have been arrested by the crowd because citizens' arrest is allowed under law. You can arrest any criminal as a civilian if they are committing crimes and the police are unwilling or unable to arrest them, or if they are committing crimes where the police are not there, even if the police were to act under the law. But we know we have a rogue police force, a police force that believes that they are only serving an individual. They're not serving the citizens. They're not serving the country. So I do not believe that running away from these goons, unless they were armed with AK-47s. I didn't see that. I saw ragtag people walking on the street with sticks and people running away from them. And I think we have to stand our ground and say, you're not going to harass us. You're not going to beat us up. If we are 10,000, 100,000, 200,000, why are we running away? Honestly, let us get a grip of ourselves. I know that a lot of people believe that it's better said than done, but I've seen very brave souls confronting them. Let us confront them. Let us not run away from Sudi's goons or Sakaja's goons, because you have a right to resist. You have a right to self-defense. Somebody cannot come to your home or come to your business and beat you up, and you turn the other cheek. We must tell the regime that turning the other cheek is not an option. People are going to exercise their right to self-defense. I agree with the businesses that said we are going to protect our businesses. They should. They should protect their businesses against looters, but they cannot turn their crude weapons on protesters who are not invading their premises. So, come to the statement that was made by the gentleman calling himself Academia. I agree with them. The more we are, the more impossible it is for anybody to do anything. If people had turned out in their millions, Ruto would be gone by now. And we would not be talking about goons. As long as Ruto knows that he can hire a few goons to harass people, and then the majority of Kenyans will stop demonstrating, he will continue using them until 2027. Is it something that we can afford to go through? My respectful submission is that that should not be an option. We should not allow Ruto to basically plow his way through this mess by brute force. I come to a most important point here. Have we achieved anything? I have heard people say we have achieved what we set out to do. That Finance Bill 2024 is not there anymore. That's a big lie. That's a delusional thought. Finance Bill 2024 is not dead. In 2 weeks, it will be law, because the Constitution says that in 21 days, if nothing happens, what Ruto purported to reject becomes law. And that's what he's waiting for. He's waiting for people to be divided. He's waiting for the protests to end. Finance Bill 2024 becomes law. And then things go on the way they have always gone on. That would be tragic, because that would mean that Rex and others died for nothing, were murdered for nothing. And I'm saying that would be a betrayal of the people whom he has killed, the people who have been abducted, the people who are getting charged, the people who are getting harassed, the people he will continue to brutalize. We cannot allow him to get away with this. So what is the way forward? The way forward is to continue the protests. It cannot be to stop the protests because there is nothing we have achieved. Ruto will become more brutal if we stop the protests than if we continue with the protests. So there is no other way but to continue. And we should continue tomorrow, Thursday. How should we do it? I think an idea was floated, and I believe it is a very reasonable idea, that we should have a place that we gather. Because if you have a place where you gather, and you gather there in large numbers, then it would be impossible to scatter people. So what is the best place to gather? The best place to gather, there are few places. The places have to be symbols of the state, symbols of this regime, symbols of government, because otherwise you're not passing any message. Blocking a road, that's not a symbol of a government or state. If you go to parliament, that's a symbol of government. If you go to Arambe House, that's a symbol of government. Now, this is controversial. I will not raise it. I will not say go to State House. I think if we were 10 million strong, you could. But because we are not, choose a place that symbolizes the government and that would be able to send a clear message that you are saying no to despotism. It would be very, very important. Those who were speaking yesterday and saying they go back to re-strategize, that is not just naive. It exposes the fact that some of these people have been infiltrated. Because we said the movement was leaderless, the movement was organic, was tribeless. So where are they going to re-strategize? They're not going to re-strategize. They are going to eat the money that they have been given by the NIS. Honestly, they are going to strategize where, for how long, with whom? Because there is no organization. Under which umbrella are they strategizing? Who told them that they could call off protests that are organic? So Kenyans who are angry with what is happening should continue to express their anger, should continue to express their disapproval, and should be able to go out there and exercise their rights under Clause 1 of the Constitution by occupying public places and registering their disapproval of how William Ruto has mismanaged the country. Just as we were hearing people talking about re-strategizing, I heard today that Murkomen has been arrested in Dubai with 200 million cash, and that Ruto had to call for him to be released. Murkomen is my friend. But what the hell is somebody doing with 200 million cash? Where did he get it from? He said that Ruto produced some list, or SRC produced a list of so-called earnings of public officers, starting with the president going down. And you could tell from that list that the salaries that are announced, even the so-called increments that are purportedly recommended, would never give anybody 200 million cash, would never support anybody buying a watch worth 30 million, which Ruto wears, 10 of them. He changes them every day. Remember in Latin America, a president was arrested just recently for her gold watches. Here you have a president who is borrowing trillions and taking jet of 200 million and wearing watches worth 30 million and shoes worth 2 million each, and nobody seems to be bothered, and his salary is supposed to be 1.5 million per month. It's not possible unless you're a thief. And we know that Ruto is a thief. And we know that Rigiji is a thief. And we know that most of the people working for him are thieves. Let's call it what it is. These people are looters. Why are we allowing looters to continue looting when majority of our children are unemployed, cannot get anywhere to work. Why shouldn't these kids and the people who are unemployed say, look, we want our country back so that we can also make a contribution to national development? You're not going to do that if you're not working. And what are you going to do when you say you're going to re-strategize? You're going to sit at home? What are you going to do? What are you going to eat as you quote unquote re-strategize? And really, what is there to re-strategize? The formula was working and is working. The protest brought some concession, but not a complete one, because Ruto simply played games with the people. He pretended that he's not signing the bill into law, but it will automatically become law in 21 days. So what is it that people want? We did not bring, the people of Kenya did not bring the goons on the street. The people of Kenya did not hire the goons to harass them. We know the people who hired them. Why didn't the police arrest the goons? How come they have not been summoned, but individuals using Ruto must go on their posts are being summoned? We must call it as it is. It's because Kenya is being ruled by organized mafia, organized criminals. They know they are organized criminals. They don't make no fuss about it. And if we allow ourselves to be divided over pettiness, over parochialism, over things that don't matter, then we have to say we are ready to be slaves for the rest of our lives, and that you're going to have goons and thugs and crooks ruling over you, lording over you, exploiting you, looting from you for the rest of our lives. If you are ready to say that, then you should not be complaining. Don't complain about corruption. Don't complain about police brutality. Don't complain about abductions. Don't complain about overtaxation. This fight is not about overtaxation. Overtaxation was a trigger. This fight is about the culture of impunity, the runaway plunder, and the excesses that we have already spoken about. And these problems started in 1963. They are not new. We have had them generation after generation. And it is false to acclaim that only Gen Zs have been fighting. No. People have died for this country. As I said last week, Pio Pinto was the first known public figure that was assassinated in 1964. His family have not received justice. James Kariuki's family have not received justice. Kungu Karumba's family have not received justice. The families of Arwen Skovek have not received justice. Dr. Robert Uko's family have not received justice. Dr. Odhiambombai's family have not received justice. Chris Msando's family have not received justice. And I could go on and on. Baby Pendo, all of them. There are many. Yes, and the colleagues that died last week have not received justice. So what are you going back home for? What are you folding your tent for? Why are you saying that Ruto is good all of a sudden? And yet he's the one who has killed these people last week. And he did not even send his condolences. He's not even sorry. He's proud of the police that killed them. You want to weaponize Ruto, make him strong, fortify him, say, go ahead, kill more? Is that success? So anyone who is talking about, let's fold it, let's leave this, we have achieved our aim, was never, ever in the struggle, was not genuine from day one. We have to say it as it is. Some people are saying, oh, Miguna is opportunistic. Opportunism are the people who are eating with Ruto. Opportunism for what? There is no organization here to lead. We don't have an organization. There is no government to be opportunistic about. We don't have elections. So what is it that we are opportunistic about? We are not opportunistic, because those who are opportunistic are cutting deals with the NIS and with Ruto and are getting paid and are folding and going and have started confusing the people. Let these people not confuse us. Let them not bring division. Let them not bring distractions. Let's be focused like laser beams. I suggest that we occupy parliament. Other people can suggest other things. The reason is that legislation cannot go on. Members of parliament, the majority of them, I believe right now, will either join the people or they will run and go hide. But already, parliament was occupied. Already, parliament symbolizes the passage of the finance bill 2024, the rogue parliament. Already, parliament is emasculated. So we can use parliament as a symbol. If Uhuru Park was open, you could go to Uhuru Park. If there was other public spaces that symbolizes the government, we could go there. But for now, it has to be one place, because if we are scattered, these people will pick us one at a time and then disintegrate us, and then we will achieve nothing. Then we will not be able to bring justice to those who died. Finally, I suggest that all of us use Ruto must go. That is an insurance policy and a protection of the people that is picking one at a time to subject to brutality in the colonized courts. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. Do we have some follow-up question? Can you hear me, Dr. Miguna?
I can hear you. I can hear you
very well. Go ahead, Wodapala.
Okay, yeah, I wanted another co-host. That's good. We have a new co-host. Now, all I wanted to ask, can the Law Society help us in case of the people who are getting abducted? Because that's another thing that is killing the momentum. What can the legal minds that we have in Kenya help us in this case?
My friend Wodapala, the Law Society has gone over and done wonderfully. So they are already helping. They're doing more than helping. They're doing this pro bono. They are representing all the people who have been arrested. And the Law Society president has been more than revolutionary. She's attended courts. She's attended police stations. She's always there. She's taking calls. So we are getting 100% cooperation from the Law Society.
Kai, thank you. Biril, my co-host, you can take it over. I'll be going through the comments later.
Thank you so much, Wodapala. Thank you so much, Daktari, for coming again as our guest. Thank you, Hilary, for hosting the space. First of all, I want to appreciate everyone that is in the space today. And we have one disclaimer that was trying to be paraded, that Miguna is the leader of the Gen Zs. Miguna is offering guidance and senior counsel advice. So to anyone that is joining the space, Miguna is not the leader of the Gen Zs. Take that narrative elsewhere, because you came with the narrative of the tribal, it never worked. You came with the narrative of the churches, it never worked. You looked for the sponsors, it never worked. You looked for separation and division, it never worked. Now you've taken a few of the people that had the many followers trying to compromise them to kill the momentum. That is also not going to work. So if you want a narrative that there's any political affiliation, it's also not there. So as you're in this space, our guest is only here to give guidance and clarification of the senior counsel in terms of law and the constitutional right. So I'll share the speakers to people who will raise their hands, and we'll give 100 if we can hear you. And you ask questions related to the discussion and any question in relation to the same. If you have another question outside the topic, we're going to switch off the mic from you, not because you don't want you to speak, but because you're out of topic. So I will give the people on the speaker panel at least 3 minutes each. Just raise your hand. We are going to be very generous with the speakers. so that you can get guidance. And the spirit of fear is what is being inflicted, because the KDF never worked. And now the goons is coming on board. And the goons are already complaining that they are not being paid. They worked and they were never paid. So if you see things are working towards the goal, then know that the eye is on the prize. So aim at the prize, forget about the narrations that are being spread across. And in Kiswahili, they say wanatapaka, to find a reason for everything. But the reason is the poor governance. The reason is the poor leadership. Madge, welcome. The reason is we want change. And that change cannot come from somebody who is already very much compromised. So let's keep our eyes on the prize. It's not a very soft road. It's a very dark road. It's very thick. It's steepy, and we have to walk through it. So I'll give you Tabi, and let's be positive. Let's be 3 minutes each, and let's focus on the topic. Kindly.
Thank you very much. What I wanted to add is that we cannot allow intruders to take over what you have started. Whatever that you started was a good thing. Therefore, we cannot allow intruders, that is the goons, to come and take over the journey that we started. So to me, I think what we can do right now is to try as much as possible to defame Ruto, because he has portrayed himself as an African leader, So if we try and defame him, like carry out a narrative that Ruto is bloodthirsty, Ruto is murdering our kids, Ruto is the goon leader, paint that everywhere, on the streets, on everything that you have on social media. Let us paint him as that way, because that is who he is. So I think that is, and then after painting him, I think he's going to retreat back and say this is now spoiling the name of, of his name, because he wants to portray himself as, the person who championed for peace, who championed for this and that. So if we paint him as a bloodthirsty, the killer, the leader of goons, he's going to retreat back and, find other means, but not use goons. Thank you.
Thank you, Tabi. Naman.
Thank you very much, everyone. First of all, mad respect to those patriots that have fallen in this cause, and we stay to soldier on. Now, government of Ruto will come up with many tactics. Hiring goons is just one of them. They will try to bribe, they will try to threaten, they will try to kill, they will try all manner of things. We are dealing with a government that is, we're dealing with a government of cowards. It is very clear that Ruto is scared to the core, and we cannot afford to let this drop by any means that he is trying to infiltrate. I want to reiterate one a point that Dr. Miguna, thank you, that Dr. Miguna said, that our numbers, our success is in our numbers. If we come out in numbers and we do citizen arrest for these goons, this thing will succeed. One thing that has been done in the past, that we have been able to profile even police officers that have shot and killed people. So we can do the same thing with these goons. They are not from Tanzania or Burundi. They are from the same estates we live in. We can profile them and find them and put them in the limelight, outside arresting them. Let's get the cameras on. We should arrest them and deliver them to the police. Of course, I know the police is abating this so that there can be division. And of course, we've seen the division coming in, people saying, oh, businesses are being destroyed, and then this is not working, it has been infiltrated. We are not going to be distracted. But teams should make sure that we take pictures of these people, we get who they are, and we deal with them. And once they know that, because they know we outnumber them, we will stop them. But we know Ruto is not going to stop at hiring goons. Is going to come up with tactics. They're busy every day crafting, because they are crafting means, because they know they've been cornered. Thank you.
Okay, Biril, you can also accept new members. I'm trying to accept some of them. I am sure there's a problem on my side.
And then open your inbox so that we can have our side communication. Thank you very much. We'll go with the Prof and then Masika. If you have a question, if you have anything relation that you're leaving off, you're also allowed to bring it forth, as Dr. is here with us for 2 hours.
Yeah, thank you so much. I hope you can hear me. I'm so glad that Dr. Miguna is here to give guidance, and thank you so much, Hilary, for this. My main concern has been the goons who have really, in a way, demoralized the members. Yesterday, when we were on the same space, people used to say, we need not to go to the field tomorrow. But the question here is, I am very sure this is a tactic that is used by the government to demoralize us. Numbers is going to help us, and when we say we go out, we are going to go out. You have realized that in the other parts of the state, that is Kisumu and the western regions, we've not had even cases of death, unless otherwise for yesterday. But I'm not sure why Nairobi is the case. And we need to really focus and never get demoralized, because much as goons are going to be part of us, yeah, we are going to be members marching, making and defaming Ruto, who we must ensure that goes out of office. But when goons are in between us, who we cannot identify, we cannot tell that the person marching beside me is a goon carrying a knife, but that is not going to be the question. So sorry, and we know we are going to be very, very sorry and remorseful for those people we have lost in the means of trying to fight for the liberation. But I'm very sure that us being strong, us coming together in numbers, us knowing where to be at the right time and exactly what to be to say, being our vocals, being our slogan, Ruto must go, as Dr. Miguna was saying. That should be the thing. That should be the name. Yesterday, DCI released a list of members who they are tracking. But to be surprised, later on, you see that one of those goons, the guy appearing on the left side, first row, is someone who had taken a photo of a selfie with Osoro, who has been very vocal and so proud, making and saying a lot of things that he cannot even say sorry for voting yes. So you realize that these are tactics that the government have put in place, and they will continue consulting. But as yesterday, you remember, a member said that we need to even dig deeper, that what are the ways that the government will always use to tame a revolution. The revolution has stopped, and it never stopped, and it never has started, and it never stopped. And what we need to keep it to our mind, colleagues, is that this is a thing that we will say has stopped when we have reached the cross line. And I was saying, we need strategies. We are not structured, and that is a very good thing, because we are not going to say, hey, we want to listen to you. What are you saying? We are elites. We are people who have gone to school with degrees, with papers. We are strategists. We can think of what to do. We can pass, like tomorrow we are going into the field. We are going to run into the streets. We are going to shout, Ruto must go, and never relent, because that is where our eyes are set. But one thing is, a time has also come when we also need to specifically narrow down. Ruto must go is the big picture, which at the end of the day we need to achieve. But there are a few things that I know members have also mentioned. Where do we start? The CSS. We know how the government has been working. We know the ministries, some illegitimate positions that the government has created. So as Dr. was mentioning, we have very specific places which acts as a sign of the government, the representation of the government, a symbol. If we go there, much as I know, the police that have been deployed in the streets will bother us. If we say we want to meet at a specific point and we come from all corners, you realize that they have blocked all the roads heading there. So at no point are we going to find ourselves at a very specific rendezvous. But I know that the strength that we are going to put on the streets, shouting, making noise, and shouting against the government, then that is going to work out. I want to thank every member for holding still. We have to mourn our members who we have lost, but we are sure that whether we lose them or not, at one point or another, when we are writing the histories of the country, we are sure to say that that was us who did it. We remember, this is my last statement, that in the history of the revolution of the world, most of these countries that were liberated from either punitive governments or any other kind of unwanted government, they were youths. All these elderly people, they gave guidance, but the only people who came into speaking and shouting and their voices were heard were this young generation. So that is us, the millennials and the Gen Zs. I want to say kudos, and we are going until our intentions are met. Thank you for now.
Oh, thank you. Now we've not heard the voice of a lady now. Marge, can you jump in? Then followed by Masika.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I joined late just minutes ago, but I want to. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Dr. I want to caution. I've just had two speakers talk about defamation. Defamation is not legal, not unless you're using it to imply a different context. So when we go out there, we want the government to also behave in a legal way. As far as I know, since yesterday or since we started these spaces, the suggestion that Dr. Miguna has suggested is also within the Constitution, Article 1 of the Constitution. So while we give suggestions, kindly let's stick within the legal, the legal area. So you may describe the president as you want to, but if you're calling on defamation of the president, that's illegal, and that is something, at least in my understanding, we do not want to do, because otherwise we will be doing things that we don't want done to us, and we just want to keep it legal as we continue and express ourselves. It's a constitutional right. That is what I just had when I came 5 minutes ago, and kindly let's proceed in a very sober and legal way. Back to you, Biril. Thank you so much, Marge. Masika, and I like what you've just put across, and we appreciate that.
Can I just say something very, very brief? Very,
yes,
very
please.
brief. Yes, I think she's right on point. Marge is right on point. I think the person misspoke. It's not defamation. Let's deconstruct Ruto. Let's demystify him. Let's expose him. But if you say you are defaming him, then that's defamation is a civil. It's not a criminal offense. It's a civil liability issue where somebody can actually sue you. The president cannot sue you for defamation or for libel because, as the one holding the highest public office, he can be criticized with the most unkind words, and he really has no place to go. So use the unkind words, but he can't go to court for that. The second thing I wanted to say is that we have to be careful. Please do not unnecessarily give your address, where you live, where you are, what your profession is, unless it is absolutely necessary, where you went to school, which year you graduated. Because essentially what you're doing, you're giving goons the weapon to come and hunt for you. I'm not saying you run away from them. I'm simply saying we have to avoid recklessness. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you for that. And all members, you've heard that. As much as you're doing it, do it in the right way, that the Lord doesn't catch up with anybody in our midst. Masike, and then Kioti, then Yona. So when you take the mic, I'll give you a sign of 100. So just check the screen so that you don't go asking if we can hear you. When you see 100 from any of the panels, just know that you can hear what you're saying. Carry on, Masika, then Yona to take it up.
Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity on this space. Mine is going to be very, very brief. Number one, I just want to encourage everybody. Let us marshal our numbers. Goons have never succeeded in our democracy, and this is just a coward way. It's just a very, very silly way Ruto is trying to deploy so that we are distracted. Number two, if you follow today's Senate proceedings, these guys are just trying to show us that they are trying to redeem themselves. They are just trying to awaken themselves concerning the crisis that we have in the country. They are not my friends. They are not. They're just trying to soothe people so that when people retreat, thinking that the parliament is now redeeming itself to work for the people, then they will bite us in a very hard way. So let us not buy into their lies. Let us not buy into their propaganda. So we just need to forge forward. We just need to focus. Number three, I was just suggesting if we can meet at Uhuru Park. The moment we collect the required number, then we march out in the streets. Number four, at least if we can have the PA system so that the youth, the Gen Zs can also have entertainment during that period, it will be better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Masika. So you can drop from the mic and then Yona to take it so that you can add other speakers. It's 3 minutes each so that everyone can get a chance to speak. And also, Dr. is waiting for your questions. Anything that you want to be addressed in terms of where you're not understanding. But there was a clause that we covered extensively. That is that was the first day we were here. So if you ask any question in relation to that, we'll share it on the comment section. But any other question, you're allowed to ask. Carry on, Yona, then we'll go to QOT. Yona? Yona is far. QOT, take it.
Okay, thank you so much, the host and the co-host, and also Daktari for joining us this evening on this space. Personally, I'm in the age group of the Gen Z because currently I'm 23, turning 24 next month. And so I'm so proud that this revolution has come at a time when I'm in my mid-20s. So I'm one of those guys who are really passionate about what is going on as far as redemption of our country is concerned. And of course, I've been on the streets every now and then, and also I've been online. So I'm trying to fight both on the street and both on online. And of course, whatever happened yesterday, as I said, it was uncalled for because the police officers who are supposed to give security to the peaceful protesters were firing the tear gas and the round wounds to the protesters, while the goons who are now trying to break into other businesses, they were being watched. So that one is clear that the state or the government was behind whatever happened yesterday and whatever happened in previous demonstrations as far as goonship and breaking into people's businesses is concerned. And now my point is, from now henceforth, at times we'll be on the streets and at times we'll not be on the streets. So my fellow Gen Zs and millennial and any other person who is interested in taking part to the redemption of this country, never get tired. Because when we speak something on social media and we are giving it 100% backup, that one is strong enough to send a message to those people who are in the government that are doing absolutely nothing. So let us use every available means, online and on the ground. When we go on the ground, let us even shut our social medias down so that we are now on the ground, we are giving it 100%. Then the people who are in abroad and the likes of Marge, and you can now help us on social media. Of course, We can even structure our revolution. I don't mean that we have the leaders, but we can have some people who can volunteer themselves so that they can be streaming live each and everything that is happening on the ground. They share photos, they share pictures, they share the videos and the clips. And then after that, when we are done, we come back and analyze what did we do right and what did we do wrong, so that the next day we maximize on the negative side that we have portrayed on the street. Then I've also heard that currently when you say Ruto must go is an incitement, but is not an incitement. For this country to grow and be a first world country, then Ruto must go. For the judiciary of this country to work independently, Ruto must go. For us youth to get employed in the government and outside the country, and outside the government, then Ruto must go. For us to get good public means on the roads, it's honestly that Ruto and the entire regime, they must go, because we've given them time. It's now almost 2.5 years that they have been in the government, and they have done absolutely nothing. Even the projects that they are running currently, like the housing project, that project doesn't belong to Ruto. It belongs to the previous regime, which was being headed by Uhuru Kenyatta. So everything in the country is at a mess because we are having this guy as the head of state. Yet he has had so many cases. I remember back when he was the agriculture minister, everything was so worse because I was young by that time, but we went through that process. We know what everything happened, and now he's the president. Look at his cabinet. Every person is just offside. They don't know what they are doing. They don't know anything that they are supposed to do. Look at the parliament. The parliament is being run by the executive. There is nothing that we have an independent government, executive, judiciary. We don't have an independent legislature. We also don't have an independent the police force. So for this country to thrive and for us to move from the third world country to the first world country, then Ruto must go. Thank you.
Thank you, Kioti. Justice or Prof, you can take the mic. And let's stick to 3 minutes. So when I raise my hand up, just know that you've taken more than 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Hilary, for hosting this space. Thank you, Dr. Miguna, for showing up. I just want to respect the lives that have been lost so far. I would like to say that I echo the conversation so far on continuation of the protest and not letting the goons stand on our way. I do have a question for Dr. Miguna on matters of protest where goons are concerned. Can turn very fertile, and I saw a girl immaculate yesterday with her rungu out there, and for some minutes I was proud, and then I started thinking about it deeper, and my thought went to the direction of what if everybody showed up with a rungu? Wouldn't that be very, very fatal for everybody? So the question now is, how do we protect our youths on the streets? Is it a matter of having the right attire? Because when you are dealing with goons, they might show up there with other things. You know, today they showed up with sticks. Tomorrow they might show up with, God forbid, knives or whatever kind of armory they might want to bring that is not visible. How do we prevent fatalities on the ground? Thank you.
Daktari, would you take it, or we take two more questions, then you answer them at a go?
Hello? Hello?
Go ahead, I can hear you.
Yes.
Go
I
ahead.
could take it. I believe I had already said something probably before she joined. I do appreciate her concern, and they're very genuine ones. But my view is this. Number one, as many people have also acknowledged, our security is our numbers. If we are more, if we are a lot of people on the streets, say hundreds of thousands to a million, these people are less than 500 people. They will not be able to hire more than that. Okay? Because it requires organization. And once you get to hire a lot of people, word will get out because you're dealing with a crowd. We would know exactly who hired them, where, how much they were paid. Even right now, we already know who hired them and where they were paid. But I'm saying they're very, very few. And so if we are a lot on the streets, they will not be able to attack anyone. That's number one. So really our security is our numbers. Number two, I believe that if we are able to unarm them, we should do so. It is useless to run away from them. I personally think that. Unless these people are armed with AK-47s or guns, 1 million people or 100,000 people should not run away from less than 500 people. These are just a handful of goons walking the streets. This was the Nyayo era tyranny that was there, that we experienced for 24 years. We cannot allow it to continue. Use your phones. Take their good images. I was actually disappointed that people were taking the backs of their heads and they were taking vehicles, but they were not taking faces of these people. And they were walking, and you could take very clear pictures, zoom in, and take very clear pictures with which we can hold them to account. And basically, that's all that we can do. I mean, but we are not going to run away from them, and we are not going to fold or stop the demonstrations just because Ruto decides to use his cronies to hire goons to attack peaceful protesters. Because, you see, the international media is also on the streets. Everybody is watching. Ruto has lost a lot of support and credibility with the international community. The more we expose him by taking pictures, by exposing who he has used to hire these people, by apprehending these goons if we can. I'm not saying anybody should put himself or herself in danger, but if we can, we should, because you are allowed under law to execute citizens' arrest. There was something else that was, somebody was talking about a political party. We are not a political party. The moment you introduce political parties or any factionalism here, we will be divided. So let's maintain it the way it is. No political party, no political affiliation. We are just Kenyans who want to transform our country. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Daktari. And if you had actually, due to this pressure, I think you'd say the Senate House today, many were trying to sanctify themselves, which is, we call it a voice of reason, and everybody feels the conversations need to be heard right now. So if at all you had the conversation that was from the Senate today, you can actually tell that the pressure is mounting, and going out is a positive thing. And the way yesterday it was infiltrated, we've already known their tactic, and it's an old tactic that some of, like Dr. is now mentioning. So Maj, you can say something, and then you can hand over the speaker to the next speaker, please. Karibu.
Yeah, Karibu. Thank you so much, Biril. And guys, I think I joined an hour later, so I'll be doing more of the queuing as I catch up with you in the conversation. So Tabi, Biril, I'll just take it back to you as you queue the next speaker, and then I'll be right back.
Just had a response.
Sorry? Professor, kindly proceed.
if you can, yeah. The question about, if you allow me, co-host, is another aspect and strategy that we will have to deal with, much as we are not going to be in a position to identify who these goons are. Then another strategy is, could we also at least know the person who is besides you? You are marching in a street, we are using the anti-government sounds, but at least do you know the person who is besides you? Later on, I've seen on the occasions where someone maybe died and someone is out, you say, I was with that guy, he was besides me. But it would be good again if I knew exactly who is surrounding me. I'm marching, but around 3 or 4, 5 people around me. Who are you? Where are you? At least with that, we are going to identify who is, and again, be in a position to give reports of the specific people who we were with in the cocoons, and that is really going to help. At least do not be alone, at least identify yourself with 1 or 2 people, and that is going to really also help us identify who is not supposed to be in us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Trufena, then Professor Fred, kindly
Yes,
proceed.
hello.
Yes,
Hi, how are you?
Hi. Kindly
I think
proceed.
you're
Finya
getting.
Tena, I've had you. Just a moment. Trufena, kindly proceed.
Okay, hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Thank you. First of all, my condolences to those who lost their lives and their families. I'm really sorry for them. I've been on the streets since it began, and I can say I'm one of the people who lost their jobs because of these protests. I lost my boss, and in the fracas and so forth. It's a long story, but I won't back down. I'll still proceed pushing on and going out in the streets for the protests. My question, though, is can we have at least some meeting points so that we go in groups? We know we meet at certain place and then we march to this particular point, then we proceed to this place, and so forth and so on. Then two, I'd like to encourage the movement, because when you listen, I think one of you just spoke about this. When you listen to what transpired in Senate today, it means that the movement is effective. Because honestly, if it were before this movement or before this particular movement, they could have accepted their salaries and they won't talk. But today you saw what transpired and every other thing. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thanks for keeping the time. Professor Fred, and then Finya Tena.
Thank you so much, and good evening. Actually, my condolences to the comrades we've lost, the patriots. 41 in number, so sad. What I want to say, actually, I want to echo the sentiments of Dr. Miguna. We have the numbers. Right now, as it stands, we have a police size of around 106,000. That is 89,000 males and around 17,000 females. When you look at the military size, the latest size that we have is around between 24 to 30,000. So we only need 1 million strong so that we can overpower these people and take over. Another thing, out of the population that I've just stated, we are not certain that the entire population of the police, 106,000, are pro-government. I have relatives, I have friends serving, and they're equally not happy with the regime because they're also facing the chaos that we taxpayers are receiving. They are suffering. And so we need numbers, we have it, and so we should not back down. I support Dr. Miguna's sentiments. Let us not back down. Let us not talk about re-strategizing. What are we re-strategizing for? We want to take these people home. We want to arrest the 205 MPs who voted yes for the draconian finance bill, and then move forward. You see, we don't have time to dialogue with someone who lies left, right, center. Someone who lies to people during the day, during the night, 24/7. We have no time to dialogue. And my concern, I have a concern actually that Dr. Miguna raised earlier. This person is waiting. Dr. Ruto is waiting for the 21 days to elapse. And then this thing becomes law. Let us not wait for that. Let us fight it to the end. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Professor. Finya, your comments, please, and then we give the mic to Dr. Terry.
Thanks, co-host. I can say that. Do you hear? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I'm very grateful for the opportunity given, and foremost, Dr. Miguna, for your encouragement. Because when we started this thing, a certain MP said that these are TikTokers who want to just to make and earn some viewership. But later, she came to realize this is not just a TikToker thing, movement. These are some people who knows what is going on and what has been going on. So, as most of the speakers have said, that there is no need to back down, because this is a journey that we started. I've been on the street on myself. So when we back down, there will be first. I knew that there will be some tactics, and the one that surprised me most was the army. But this one of goons, I expected it to happen, because we live in our government is a government that I don't know whether it is bad, but it is a government that you can easily predict. So today, when you watch the Senate proceedings, almost everybody in the Senate was becoming a malaika. Until now, you were wondering how Akina Sheriot and was speaking, because even me, I was surprised to someone like Cheregei to say that these people, they are good, they are don't. So they have realized that these guys, these guys, we live with them, we stay with them, they know us, they know our extended families. But they took us for granted for a long time, because that's why they were even intending to pass bills which are not even common mwananchi oriented. So I think when we come the way we are coming, because we are a tribeless, we are partyless, we are leaderless, so many people have been framed that these are the people hosting, or there is a financial behind this group. But I think we have tried our best to make sure that it remains purely for the betterment of the nation. Because when you go back to the history of this country, it started a long time, Mau region time. Then we came to the multi-party. Then we came to now. At least now we have a new constitution. Now we want to defend the new constitution. This thing is good, but it's only that I know. I know so many. You can have a good thing, but some people might not have the right channel of how to maintain it. So me, I can just urge my colleagues. So many things have been said today. Mara, the medics have withdrawn. I think these are just tusiangalia hiyo nini sana, because when we start now checking on those things, we might get distracted along the way. And as many people have said, the within 21 days, this thing might come to pass, because we know. Then just to conclude, one of the senators said that when it become too obvious that if you say anything, someone will just say it's a lie, it becomes so hard for you to even bring hope to them. And I can tell you for free, there is nothing hard like defending a lie. when you say something which is very truthful, you can defend it today, tomorrow, and even many years to come. But when it's a lie, we will if I ask you today, you will say this. Then it becomes ask the same thing, you will say another different thing. So it becomes too hard to even to defend a lie. So with this one, I think we need just to soldier on because we know where we are heading to. That's the key thing. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Finya. Tena, were you able to identify some goons as you were on the ground?
Sorry?
Did you by any chance see the goons that some of us just saw on the TV? Did you by any chance, were you able to identify some of them or to see a group of people that were acting differently where you could say this could be goons? I mean,
you know, when those
I mean, you should only answer if you're comfortable with it. I don't want somebody coming for you to go and identify those goons for them.
no.
You know? Okay, yeah. Okay, over to you, Be Real, because so far I could not identify any question for Daktari. Daktari, not unless you want to chime in, we can give Jackson the mic. And so let's take 3 minutes each. And if you have a question for Daktari, he will know, you can go on. You can pose it, and then he's going to answer it. Jackson, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. How is everyone?
We're fine,
How
thank
is
you.
everyone?
We're fine, thank
All
you.
right. Now, I want to be very brief. I want to be very, very brief. One, we don't have even a millisecond to surrender. We are dealing with a very, very rocky person whose back doesn't understand, whose front doesn't understand. And Dr. Miguna knows him better than we have known him, because for us, we are young millennials. We might have not known him since 1992 when we were born. So when you hear him talking the way he's talking, he has a pure history of the kind of a person we are dealing with. We've lost so many people in the ICC case and several other cases that are very dubious, and people are disappearing. This was begun, and at one point when he said that there is no surrender, you remember that during electioneering period, that is where we are. We are not surrendering, because when we surrender, he is going to come for every piece of us, every piece of us. So there is no surrender. That is one thing. The second thing, we have to craft a strategy. Actually, there is no strategy. The only challenge we have now is now they have decided to turn peaceful protest to become looting by infiltrating strangers within us. I lost my phone yesterday in town, just close to Afia Center. And you saw what was happening at Quickmart. Those are not Kenyans who are protesting. Those are looters, and they were sent by someone. There is no way a whole Quickmart could be stolen in a record of almost 2 hours, and there is no policeman. So we have to appreciate the fact that there are people who have been sent in the midst of good protesters who have visions, and they are with us here. So we have to, maybe we'll have to consult our seniors like Dr. Miguna to give us a new trajectory on how to deal with such kind of challenges. The third thing, as we said earlier, that we need to deal with one thing at a go. And even if it means punching our footsteps close to the offices or the parastatals that are concerned, we need to face one thing at a go and ensure we put it down. We started with finance bill. We will be going to IBC. We are going to Ministry of Health. I'm a medic. We will be in the Ministry of Agriculture. Linturi has just to go. There is no any other option left. And so many fake ministers we have, and very incompetent minister. The third thing, there are parastatals and authorities that are not making sense. And that is why we have bloated wages, bloated bloated system. Those parastatals also we need to put in the list of the 14 agendas that we are working on. That said, let me appreciate Dr. Miguna for coming over. People will say what they have to say about him, but he is here to ensure that whatever that they have fought for a long time has to come for fruition through this generation. So we have no space to leave, colleagues. We have no space to leave. We just have to move forward. We have to come out as many as possible, and we have to ensure that we deal with goons and looters who are becoming part of us squarely and sacafoniously, and ensure that all the 14 agendas that we had from time go are well addressed, and they are well taken care of. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jackton. Biril, before you proceed, I just wanted to underline something a point that you put through. That the looting that went on at the supermarket, the police response was very slow. So this is a matter that needs to be investigated because it's suspicious. Another thing that's very suspicious also, during the Occupy Parliament process, the police knew this, the protesters said they would do this, but still, it's like they didn't take enough precaution. So they're leaving a lot of room for interpretation. So the question here is, are they doing it intentionally so that they can portray to run a narrative that they want to run? Because honestly, looting cannot go on for hours without police intervening or parliament being occupied and the police are really overpowered. So they needed to put in more people. Over to you, Biril.
Actually, Maj, from the videos that went on yesterday, from the people that were actually on the ground, you'd see a reaction from a cop to the protesters. But when the shops are being looted, there's actually one video that was captured. I'll try to find it. That's actually the cops are looking at this guy and having a talk with a person that is actually looting a shop. They were like actually doing nothing if you watch those clips. So their problem was with the protesters, but not the looters. And that's why it raised a lot of concern. And then late in the evening, there's a clip on Cyprian Nyakundi's page that was showing actually when they were being paid in the evening at around about 8 o'clock. It was well captured. So it was a calculated move so that if you look at the approach that they're trying to do is now for the business people to complain about the peaceful protesters, that their businesses are being destroyed. Yet somebody employed these people to come and destroy, to bring a distraction and a diversion of attention. That was what I noticed from the clips that went on yesterday. So we'll carry on, but we're coming out with we'll try to advise the people that are going out there on either dress code and meeting on a centralized point, not meeting on different kind of locations. Lukisha, you'll go, and then Ken Query, then Sumbaro. Dr. Jackton, allow me to drop you from the mic so that you can add more. And then let's stick to 3 minutes. And we would appreciate questions and people that were actually on the ground to be on the speakers panel. And if you're on the ground and you have something pressing, kindly join the speakers panel. We're trying to add as much as possible from the people on the ground. Lukish.
Okay, Lekishon is my name. I am not.
Thank you.
Sikuwa kwa ground, mimi ni Mkenya kutoka upande huu wa Norway, lakini niko na watu kwa ground. Sijui kama unaniruhusu niongee.
I'll give you 2 minutes because today we want actually the people on the ground. Alafu, I'll give you 2 minutes only.
Okay.
Kindly.
Mimi langu ni kupongeza na kufeel vizuri. We are dealing with the chief of goons in the president. We know his history, hiyo ndio tumekuwa tukisema, and his followers ama his cabinet members, some of them kama Moses Kuria, we know them. These are the people who want to disturb the peaceful demonstrations. What is shocking this government ni wameshtuka, kumbe Kenyans can be united without a political leader, with no tribal backing. So they are trying to gamble left, right, center. Na kila ambacho naona, it's like they are about to succeed, because protests ambazo tulikuwa tunakuwa na millions of peaceful demonstrators, thousands of them, seems like sasa tumeanza kuachia goons. So how do we reclaim this movement ambayo imeanza, kwa sababu they are about to succeed? When I read the signs, watu ambao nilikuwa na wao wako kwa ground, wengine wanasema tukienda tukipigwa je? So ningeuliza Dr. Miguna, in such a situation, what do we do so that people wenye wako kwa ground wasikuwe na uoga, wajitokeze in thousands kama walivyokuwa? Hii imetetemesha. Mumeona leo vile wamehangaika kuanzia Senate, kila mahali mishahara wameanza kusema wajipunguzie na kadhalika. The movement is real. This has been always my wish as well. Kwa hiyo my question, my concern is, how do we get back to the 25th of June? That was historic. What else can be done to have such, for more demands and for more movement to be kept alive? Thank you. Mengine nitaongea baadaye.
Thank you so much, Ken Kwe, and then Sumbaro.
Thank you, Hilary, Maj, Biril, for hosting the space, and thank you to Daktari for being part of us today. Nilikuwa kwa ground yesterday, and I didn't spend the whole day in town. When things got ugly, I decided to go back home. Yeah, so I just want to run us through a few points. Number one, I want to make us understand why the political class hired goons. So for me, I think the first reason is to demoralize us. We have to understand that most of us, this is our first time in the trenches. Daktari has spoken about being a freedom fighter for a very long time. He's been in this game for long. So for some of us, this is uncharted territory, and I think most of us will agree with me. And another thing is that I believe one of our main obstacles is that many of us, perhaps especially the young people, might be emotionally fragile. So bringing in goons, bringing in violent goons and all that, it basically tests our resilience. And I think the government knew this, and that's why they brought in the goons. Secondly, I think they brought in the goons to taint our credibility, both domestically and internationally. One of the main things about these demonstrations is that we've really won the domestic and international community's hearts. The first 3 demos, we had restaurants throwing bottled water to demonstrators, and that shows the amount of support we had. Yesterday, just before I headed to town, I had a call with my father, a conversation. He's a bit old, and he was encouraging me, telling me that it's a high time we get these people out of power. And so we had won so many hearts. And the moment you introduce goons and they bring violence and chaos, you taint our image and we lose that support. And another reason why I think the government brought in goons was to try and turn us against each other. Yesterday, everyone was blaming Osama, everyone was blaming Kimuzi for being the amplifiers of the demos, telling them that you owe the business community, you owe everyone that has lost property, you owe everyone that has lost their life. So I believe turning us against each other was one of the main agendas for why they introduced the goons. So how do we go about this? How do we recover? I believe that we need to first change or work on our wording. I'm not a marketing expert, but I believe many marketing experts will agree with me that yes, I believe that many marketing experts will agree with me that in as much as we are saying Ruto must go, why do we want him to go? I think we need to amplify corruption, accountability, police brutality. We need to amplify such messages to gain more support from people again, to make people angry again. Then something else. I think my parting shot before I land, I want to make it clear that we've not succeeded. I've seen people saying we've succeeded, but we've not succeeded. We've lost more than approximately 49 lives through these demonstrations, only for rejecting the finance bill. So we are far from succeeding anything. It's not, basically, if you compare, it's not worth losing 40 lives just for the finance bill to be dropped. So we need to finish the job. And as I wind up, and I've insisted that we have Ruto in the perfect spot. We have him where we want him to be. So it's about time we realize that this is far from over. We should not relent. So let's persist. Let's amplify our messages. And yes, Ruto must go. Thank you for giving me the time and the mic.
Thank you so much. I see, Dr. Terry, your mic is on. Probably you want to chime in. And to
Yes.
the coming speakers, kindly only 2 minutes and then you move. And
Yes, Mike.
Dr. Terry, over to you. Yes.
Thank you. I want us to be very, very clear, because you see, if we are not clear in our minds, we cannot achieve anything. It is unfortunate that some people are focusing on Ruto's ministers. He appointed all of them deliberately. He knew that he was appointing crooks, but he did so deliberately. He knew that he was appointing incompetent people. He did that deliberately. He had options. He had a lot of Kenyans that he could have picked, and he chose to pick these ones. And even though people have been complaining about them, he's refused to fire any one of them. So forget about the ministers. The focus is on Ruto. If Ruto goes, he goes with all his ministers. So why should you care about going to the Ministry of Agriculture? You are going to scatter yourself too thin. For what reason? You are trying to spread yourself thin when you should be together. Let us be together in one spot and sing one song. Ruto must go. It cannot be anything else. You see, let us not be mentally, psychologically vulnerable to these guys. Because even one of the listeners has just sent me a message, and it's quite revolutionary. He says, look, a revolution, a protest, any attempt to correct the system is not a wedding procession. You don't expect him to meet you with bouquets. He will fight back, and he's fighting back through his goons. Let us avoid talking as if the demonstrators or protesters were goons, or some of the protesters stole or looted. They want us to focus on side issues, red herrings, diversionary things. We are dwelling too much on their issue. The issue of goons we should have settled by simply saying, Ruto is desperate. He went out there and hired goons so that he can discredit the protest, and it has failed. And then move on from there to other more important and effective ways of moving forward. One of the things that people must do, first of all, there is no question. You cannot go to Uhuru Park, because That has been done, has been attempted many times. They only bring GSU and whatever to seal it off, and you will not be able to get there. We are going to get to public open spaces like Parliament because it is open. You get there through the roads, and that is the meeting point. How you get there is not our issue, because if you let them block you from getting out of your estate, they will, and then you will not reach Parliament. So don't congregate out of town. Get to CBD through whatever means, whether you are walking, whether you are on a motorcycle, whether you are on a matatu, whatever it is, get to CBD. That is how revolutions are done. You don't tell them that we are going to meet out of town, because they will simply block you from getting to the CBD. The important thing about the CBD, apart from the symbolic importance, is that you grind everything to a halt. Let them not tell you about the stock exchange. Let them not tell you about our business are not running. Let the businesses not run so that they can understand that this is a serious thing. Because if they do not understand this is a serious thing, then Ruto will continue with business as usual. So let's not be distracted. Finally, let people stream this thing. If you are downtown and you are a multitude of people, stream it live. Stream live whatever is happening so that if people are being attacked, everybody can see. Stream it on Facebook, stream it on X, stream it on TikTok, stream it wherever you can stream it. But make sure you stream it and take good pictures of any thugs that they hire to come and attack people. But let's not dwell too much on the fact that they hired the goons, because the more you do that, you are actually making him win. You are distracting yourself. You are causing fear to yourself and to other people. And this is not the time for that. Let us stop lamenting. Let us come up with concrete things we must do. Thank you, Marge.
Thanks so much, Dr. Harry. And so as we move on, like underlined by Dr. Harry, yes, we already noticed the problem. We've talked about it. Now let's just move on from there. And I hand over the mic to Sumba Robin, then Kimani, and Albizia in that order.
Thank you very much, everyone on the call. First of all, I just want to say that for those that are our fallen heroes, let their souls rest in peace. For me, first of all, is to say that we've been able to progress well. The people who've been talking of strategy, I feel that for our strategy, it lies more in being adaptive. So we need to be very adaptive to everything that is thrown to us, because so many things will come along our way. We need to really be very focused. I've been able to really just be able to compare and contrast success stories of where people were able to go on the street, and I've been able to pick learnings that I think we can be able to also utilize and see that we succeed. In Tunisia, when they were trying to work out a way to just be able to relieve themselves from the yoke of dictatorship, one thing that they did was to